Well, hello, everybody. How did we all go in that sprint? And we have had the lovely Neva join us, which looks like she's talking to Ari.
Hello. This lighting is terrible. Sorry, I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah, no, you're cool. That's all good. How was the concert?
It was great. A bunch of first graders, singing their hearts out. I'm gonna make
That's
it
awesome.
into. I'm gonna put all the pieces together, and then I'll post. I'm gonna post it as like an unlisted video, and then I'll just send it to people that really want it. I guess.
Cool.
Too many people said they wanted it recorded for me to be sending it like individually. So.
Yeah. No, it's easier. It's easier to do that. I've done that in the past as well and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm doing a little bit of cross stitch today. What are you working on today?
I am working on Island Babe, I think. I don't know. The other big girl one because I finished the Harry Potter one. And
Okay, cool.
I need to get these whips. These whips they've got to go. I need to get to one whip. You know what I mean? I've overwhelmed myself. And then I'm also listening to The Fastest Way to Fall, which I've been jumping between the audiobook and the ebook. Yeah, hold on.
Awesome.
Here, Ari.
I did not read any in that sprint. I'm just giving my ears a bit of a rest.
Hi.
Hey, Ari, how are you?
Good.
How was your concert?
Good.
Good.
You're good.
Really, Ma?
Well, I had to tell her I was
You
going to be late.
sending it
I
to
haven't
the
sent it.
whole entire internet?
No. I'm not sending it.
No. All right. So I didn't read any, but you would have seen I did some cross stitch and all that sort of stuff. Excuse me.
Okay, fine.
Still got that pesky cough. All right. So let's see if the comments work now that Neva's popped in. Where were we up to? I think no, they haven't worked. Yeah, I love historical fiction, so I'm happy. That is what Amal is reading. Awesome. When I click on them, they just blank out with the blue, and I can't read the comment. You know how normally you can, it highlights and then you can read it. I can't do that. Hello, cool gamer. Thanks for joining. Hey Pat, how you going? Saying hello to Neva. Excuse me. I've just got a coughing fit. Excuse me for a moment.
Got to chapter 9 of Sisters Under the Rising Sun. Nicole is coughing. And reading Sable Peak for the rest of the 9 minutes. Wonderful.
Okay, I'm back, I think. Okay, so Coda has joined us, just got off work, and I need to go for a grocery run, but then I'll be back. That'll be awesome. I haven't started book 12 yet. I will be doing that a little bit later. And hello, Emily. Thanks for joining. Currently reading Check and Mate by Ellie Hazelwood. I've never read anything by her, and you have a love-hate relationship with her, don't you?
Oh, no, I don't have a love anything.
Oh, you don't love anything? Just hate.
You mean Hunter?
Yeah, I've never read anything by her.
So. I don't like Ellie Hazelwood. We're not friends.
Not friends? Okay, fair enough. Forgot to turn on Audible. Go Deb. Awesome. Hey Lexi, how you going? I need to do some cleaning tonight. Well, you're in the perfect place. We're going to be here for a while, so you'll get lots and lots done. Neva's just sorting out Ari's dinner and everything because they've just got back from a Christmas concert. So yeah, and Neva will pop in and out. So for anybody that's jumping on Neva's channel and whatnot and wonder where she is, that's what's happening. So yeah, she's just going to sort out Ari's dinner and get her settled for the night, because obviously Ari's very excited at the moment because she's been at a concert, and anybody that's got young ones know how revved up they can get with something like that. Shannon's asking, I'm assuming that is Christmas. Yeah. Will you be reading any Christmas themed books this month? I've got a couple on my Audible that I'm going to listen to. Off the top of my head, I can't think of the titles, but they were ones. It's a series that I found through, I think it was Vanessa. I originally found it through Vanessa from Reading with Dr. B. And it's the Hedgehog series. I can't think of the name of the series off the top of my head. And then there's also another one that I'm thinking of picking up. There's a couple of audios over on Ever and or Scribd, and they were the ones that I found during Get a Clue readathon. That were the Miss Cain's Christmas was the prologue, the prequel for that rather, and so I'm thinking of picking those ones up. I got some reading done. Awesome. What are you reading tonight, Chris? Why did Scribd divide into two websites? Makes no sense. Who wants to pay for documents? Yeah. Well, see, originally when I came across Scribd, this was going back years and years ago. I got, I think it was probably about 2017. I want to say maybe 2016. I don't know. Around that mark, maybe 18. Who knows? But around that mark. I originally come across it because I was looking for a document for a vintage sewing machine, and there was a manual on there for my particular machine that I got. So it made sense to me to pay the $2 for the document, and then I was able to just have that all the time. It is still on my account today because I paid for it. So, and then they went to subscription based. I'm not too sure when they went to subscription based, but they did. And yeah, so basically I have, and a lot of people do get the documents and stuff like that. Would I want to pay a subscription for it? No. But yeah, I can see why they sort of done it, because also too, like when you look for things on there, when it was before they split the two, you'd get just 100 PDFs and all that sort of stuff, and it was making it very hard to find things. And I think it might have even been overloading their system and all that sort of stuff. So it sort of makes sense to me. I've got to remember to put that light down because it's so darn bright. But I have it up so I can cross stitch. Yeah, so basically I think now it's better, because when I search for a book, I am only getting books and audio books. I'm not getting, and podcasts, but I'm not getting 50 million documents and essays on a book and all that sort of stuff as well. So it makes a lot of sense to me. I do like it. But if you like, you don't have to pay a separate subscription as far as I'm aware. If you had Scribd and just split the two, and you're right to go. Who knows? Not that I search for documents very often anyway. So Katie is just joining on Neva's channel, just getting home, and I'll be reading a Caraval, sorry. I can't see the comments in StreamYards, Katie, so that's why I'm looking down like this trying to read. It's not working too well for me today. I don't know what it is. I might have to pop out and pop back in and see if that fixes it during the next sprint. We'll see how we go. Where were we up to here? We were up to, sorry about that. I got some Christmas reading done. I meant to say I'm not great at typing while I'm with the cat. No, I wouldn't expect you would be. Read some family law on Spotify. I'm not sure how much read. It doesn't tell me in that way.
We'll
okay,
see.
I've never listened to anything on Spotify. Have you, Neva? Listened to any audiobooks or anything on Spotify?
No.
No? Me either.
I know you can. I just never have. I listen to podcasts on Spotify, and it works fine.
Yeah. I promised myself I would finish the long list that started, so I'm finishing the translated
fiction. Carson, can you give Mama the phone?
Okay. I've got something hinky going on with all of
I just want to make sure to call him for his birthday. It was kind of chaotic here today. Ari had her winter concert, so I'm gonna put it into an unlisted video. I'll send you the link once I do that.
I'm sure we don't want to hear Neva's conversation with her friend on the phone, so I'll just mute her. don't think she realised. Hello, Brittany. How are you going? How's your sprints going? Let me just move my camera a bit, and so I might be able to read the comments a little bit. Shift over this way because I can't see anything on the behind the scenes. So, does Everland still block titles? I think they do.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't used it since it switched over. Sorry, I had to call my oldest son for his birthday today.
Yeah. I didn't know whether you knew you were unmuted, so I just muted you just in case you didn't.
Yeah, because I was like, because Ari was like, we didn't call my brother, and then I looked at the time and I was like,
that's fair enough.
Before they go to bed, because they have their mom has a very, I mean, we try to have a strict routine. She has a very strict routine. Like, they go to bed at the same time every night. There is no, like, I'm about to send Ari to her and be like, can you just keep her for like a month? Just teach her.
I have the same routine.
The ways of a routine, please.
Yeah, like I'm very strict with my routine, with my kids and all the rest of it. Come bedtime, you go to bed. I don't care if you read in your room, but you stay in your room, you do your things, you prepare for bed. Because if you come out and you're trespassing on my time, because Mummy needs her time and me Ma needs her time, if you're trespassing, I'm not responsible for how I react to you.
See, she does this in the morning. That's when she does it. Is in the morning. She because, like, you know, I get home from work, I diamond paint. Like, I have 2 whole hours. About 2 to 2.5 hours, depending on what time I actually get back to the house, where it is just me. Where I'm like, okay, this is my time. And then she always wants to be coming down like 15 minutes after I get home, and I'm like, listen. And she'll be like, well, I'm bored. And I'm like, cool, but it's not time to be up. And also, this is my time, bro.
I get it. And like, even Mia, like when she's here, same thing, you know, this is your bedtime. And she'll try and argue with me. And I'm like, has it ever worked for you before? And she goes, no. I'm like, so why are you trying now?
Yeah, Ari likes to go to bed and then get up and come downstairs and be like, well, I need, and I'm like, no.
We do all the things before we go, and here's a bottle of water beside your bed. Oh, dear me. I don't know whether they do or not, because I haven't really listened too much on there. The stuff that I have listened to was already downloaded. But I'm just trying to think, when did it change over?
Yeah, I know it was an issue when it was scripted. Because, like, where it was like they boasted like the unlimited listening, but when you would get within like a little while, I think for me it was like a week of my due date, like for payment, it would start saying that I couldn't access it until my payment date, which I was like, that's not unlimited, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that, when did it swap over? Was it in November or October it swapped over?
October, I think.
Okay, then yes, they do still restrict, because I went to read
or the beginning, maybe the beginning, like the very beginning of November, but I know it was switched over. I think it was switched over
in the last 6 weeks
before we started Clue Readathon.
Yeah. So that's October. So because I wanted to listen to Assistant to the Villain, and it was restricted because it's on script, but it was restricted. So I couldn't listen to it. So yes, I'm assuming that they still do restrict it. And I don't want to test it. I don't want to test the waters, because there's a couple of books on there that I want to read, and they've been restricted before. So I'm trying to space them out a bit. Noteworthy Fiction and has edited a video, now trying to decide, should I start a new book? I go out of town tomorrow, and it's too big to bring with me. Can't get it on ebook.
So I was about to say, I was about to be like, I cannot relate to this because I read everything on my Kindle. Because even the last couple of books, that I pre-ordered, I like canceled my physical pre-order and then pre-ordered the ebook. Just because, like, you know, we're moving and stuff, so I don't really want to have to pack things.
That makes sense.
Have to. So, But my thing is also, I'm like, if I. Oh, she did? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I'll come get you some in just a second.
Okay.
So yeah. So, and my thing is if I pre-order them on my Kindle, and then I decide later that I really want the physical, I can always buy the physical.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
the new Jessa Hastings book, I had pre-ordered. No, yes, put it back in. I had pre-ordered that originally as a physical book, and then I don't know, like 2 weeks ago, I canceled the pre-order physically, and I grabbed it as an. Then I mean, I still pre-ordered it, so like you know what I mean. But I just got it as an ebook, so that downloaded today. Now I gotta wait for Kelsey and Reni so I can read it. But the new Darby Kane book, I did the same thing. I canceled my original pre-order. I will wait. I will order that as a, or I will eventually order that as a physical because I have all of her books.
Yeah. No, that's fair
But
enough.
I was like, it's fine.
I just order physical books because my Kindle Oasis still will not connect to my internet at home, so I've got to go down. But I'm
issues?
no, I'm not having internet issues. It's just not picking up. I can go down to the hairdressers and download all my books to the Kindle and update my Kindle that way. But yeah, like it's just I've got to go somewhere else to the Wi-Fi to get it to do, and they don't know why it's doing it. So it has something to do with my Wi-Fi, I guess. So, and I checked on another Kindle device, and it does exactly the same thing. So it's definitely my Wi-Fi that's here. That's because they come and replace the box, and I think that they didn't give me a card that went with it, so I'm thinking that it has a different password or something. I don't know. I have no idea. It's not even registering that I have internet here. It's picking up all the neighbors, all their stuff, but it's not picking up.
That's so weird.
I know. I can, and
because you would think if it wasn't picking up your internet, it just wouldn't be picking up internet like in general. But the fact that it's picking up signal, it's like it just isn't. I wonder why it's not recognizing yours.
I don't know. I tried it with another Kindle device, with my daughter's Kindle device, and it's doing exactly the same thing. It's not registering that the internet's there. So I have no clue what's going on. Turned it off, turned it on, do this, do that. Spoke to Amazon. They have no idea. So yeah. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments. Good idea. I can check it out through library onto the Kindle. There you go. Problem solved. Lucky you came here today. We solved your traveling problems and traveling woes with large books. That's awesome. All right. We have got to the end of the comments. So we are going to go for another sprint, and I will just have to restart that one.
Yes.
And okay, I cannot see any sort of comments now. Ugh. All right, let me just restart this one. We're just having a moment here. And we're going to go for a 45. Is that okay with you, Neva?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yep, cool, no worries. All right, we will see you in 45 minutes, everyone. Happy reading and crafting. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back. Had to click all the things just then. That just got a little bit confused where I was and whatnot. So how did everybody go during that sprint? I did not listen to anything. I'm sort of just giving my ears a bit of a rest today because I have been listening to a lot of audiobooks and I want to get some crafting done today because I haven't got a chance to do that this week. With all the videos and everything that's been happening, it's just been very chaotic here. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how I've gone so far, just getting that done, as you would have seen with the overhead camera. So I've got to the edge of page 2 right now, and I'm just got to go down now. I've got a couple of snowflakes, a snowman, and another border to start. But I will have to move the hoop during the next sprint and whatnot. And Neither looks like she's trying to get herself sorted and situated to eat her pizza.
I had to move. I was sitting.
Oh,
sitting over there, but I felt like there's like plants and stuff over there, which like is fine. 'Cause I'm in the office, but I felt like I was like I can't move in a space, or like I moved to sit in front of the door.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm using Ari's her little lap desk as a desk for my laptop, so I'm thinking I might have to order myself like the kids, because it's like a kid size one. But it like opens up and it has storage. And I'm like, maybe I need to buy myself one to put the laptop on and then put diamond painting stuff inside.
I think I need to get myself one for when Mia's got me down at the pool. Like, I get right into something and then she's like, "Oh, I need to go to the pool." I'm like, "You need to go or you want to go?" "I want to go." "Let's go." Like, well, you just have to wait, man. Like, little miss, you're just gonna have to wait. And then, yeah, yesterday I relented and I was like, fine. And we were down there at lunchtime, and I said to her today, there is no pool today. Do not even ask me for the pool today. It's not happening. So yeah. Let's have a look and see how everybody else went. I didn't star it. I think this is where we're up to. If Spotify had indie books, I might cancel my Everend and Script subscription. Yeah, but they only have like popular books and stuff, don't they, on Spotify?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I've never even looked into it myself, so I have no idea either. Also, if you joined during that sprint, just let us know where you're watching from, whether you're watching from Divinely Designs, Dusty Book Sniffers, or Reading with Neva. Neva, I will get it one day. It's because everybody else is with, like.
Yeah, I mess up my own. Like, sometimes I'll be saying it and I'll say it so fast that I will also say with, and then I just don't correct it. I just keep going. I just breeze on by.
That's fair enough.
But to be honest, somebody else gave me this name. Like, it was not a name that I came up with, because my original channel name was Neva Reads Books. And then my biological dad made his first name Reads Books, and I was like, oh no, we can't. I was like, how are you gonna steal my name, bro? Absolutely not. So I had to change it. And so somebody on Michelle's sprints, like way back in the day, they gave me this, like, this name, and then it took me like 2 months to figure out what it was. I don't know why it took so long, because I would say it out loud. Like, I was like, isn't this a clever name, Reading with Neva? And then, like, I didn't get it. And then one day somebody else was like, is that supposed to be like reading
whenever?
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, like, I went with it, but like it didn't really click in my.
Well, see, that's what I want to say, and that's where I run into the problem. I want to say whenever, yeah, and that's what I like. My brain wants to say that, but my mouth keeps pulling my brain up, and then we just end up with a whole.
It's fine.
Muzzle. A whole other thing. We just go another whole, like, and the mouth just goes a whole other avenue. So yeah. And I see, I didn't name my channel either. Originally my partner was also going to get on here with me, but he got super busy and all that sort of stuff. And he said to me, he goes, "Oh, I'll still come on your channel." I'm like, "Dude, you're just not PC enough. I'm sorry." I said, "You're going to just upset the villagers with the shit you say. Like, no." And he goes, "That's okay. I'm not offended." That's like you have your beliefs and I have mine, and the two should never meet. And that's so, no. You just stay where you are. You're fine. You just stay where you are, and it's all good.
She's
So
like,
yeah.
get your own followers, okay? Thank you.
Well, he does. He does have a channel. He's got a channel, and like, yeah, if you want to be offended, that's the place you go. Because he has no filter.
Dang.
Yeah, it's just yeah. But you know, it is what it is, and yeah, I can't control how what he thinks and all the rest of it. I can only control what I think and whatnot. And while our value, like our family values align, but our thinking about society do not align all the time. And there have been times where I've spat the dummy, and he's also spat the dummy. Yeah. Especially about politics, it gets very heated very fast because our things do not align on that. So, but as a human being, he's a great human being, and I love him to death. But just yeah, and he's from when we first got together to now, things have changed for him. You know, it's been a 22-year journey. So both of us as humans have changed, but we still love each other and understand that we have our opinions and we have our beliefs. And as long as our family values align, it doesn't matter what our politics is or anything like that. I would not end a marriage over where his politics lies or his opinions about things. You know,
truly, I think you could give Ethan and Olivia Plath from Welcome to Plathville some lessons, bro. Listen, I know, like, I follow them on Instagram, so like I know that they're like, I already knew that they were split.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm back.
I watched.
You should have said then.
I watched the newest episode last night at work because we weren't doing anything. So I was like, I was like, oh, welcome to Plathville. Yeah, I'll watch the new episode. So I'm like listening / watching because like I also had to work, you know, because people need food apparently at Taco Bell. And
it is a food place.
I'm just like listening to them and him being like, well, you've changed. I think you should go back to your roots, like their faith roots, because they were both raised like in very religious families. And then she's like, I was raised in a world that caters to men, and you don't know how privileged you are that you can tell me to go back to my roots when it serves you. And I was just like, oh Jesus Christ. I was just like, listen, y'all need to get it together. Like they've been married for 4 years. They got married when they were 20. So I'm like, you're 24, okay?
Yeah. And you can't expect to be in a long-term relationship and be the same person you were when you got together. And there is a personal growth. Like,
and I will say that Olivia definitely was like telling him that, like, you can't expect me to not change. Like, you've changed, I've changed, we've all changed. I think with Ethan, his core values have stayed the same. So politically, you know, in his faith, all of that. Like, I don't I mean, unless you are trying to cause harm to people, I'm not going to judge you off of whatever your belief system is, as long as you do not try to argue with me. Okay?
Yeah, keep your opinions. You know,
don't argue with me about politics. Thank you so much. Yeah. But I'm not gonna just like directly, like, I'm not just gonna automatically like write you off if your political or your faith, whatever, is different than mine. Like, I can get along with you, you know what I mean, as long as you're not a dick. So I understand like where Ethan's coming from, because he's very much like in his, like, he loves God and he loves his family. I get where Olivia's coming too, but like also how about we not make people pick between you or their family? That's where it's messy, because it's like it's gotten to the point where she's like, well, you can be around your family, but I don't want to be around your family. But then, like, the siblings, because he has, you know, a million siblings. Not really, he's like 8.
He's got a few though. Yeah.
But then they wonder why, like, Olivia doesn't want to come around. Like, you know what I mean? It's just very messy. And I'm just like, y'all really thought you were gonna say the same people?
I'm completely different. Like when I first started dating my husband, I was very broken. Like I had just come out of a relationship where I had been cheated on. Not only that, I hadn't repaired myself from the domestic violence from my first husband, where he beat me to the inch within an inch of my life. So like, you know, I hadn't repaired, and in that time, and I can honestly say my husband has been the catalyst for that repair, because he's helped me be and let me be who I needed to be at that particular time. And as I said, like we have very vastly different opinions about society, and what's acceptable and what's tolerable and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to our family values, they align perfectly. You know, like we believe in what we believe and all that sort of stuff. But there's been a couple of times like where we've had he's been in the kitchen and he's been cooking or whatever, and he's had his back to him and he's rambling on about something to do with whatever's happening in the world at the time. And he said something one day, and it was so funny. Me and the two girls were standing behind him, and you could just see him deflate by the daggers that he was getting in his back by what he said. And he goes, as a man, I have no right to say that. And I just went, no, you don't. And if you want your daughters to still respect you, I would apologize really quickly, because they're standing behind you, and we're in the kitchen where there are sharp implements, and the looks on their faces. And I'm saying this as I'm walking through. and he turned around and he goes, it's okay, I don't actually believe that. I'm like, good, because we're going to have some issues if that's what you believe when you have 3 daughters and a granddaughter. And you're the only male, and the cats are females as well. You're outnumbered, right. So yeah, but anyway, we have some heated debates and all the rest of it, but we still love each other at the end of the day, and we understand that each of us have differing opinions about things and whatnot. And sometimes I can explain things to him, because he'll be watching certain people and subsequently get brainwashed, in my opinion. And you know, and I can say to him, okay, all right, so that's your side of the coin. Let's have a look at my side of the coin, and let me just give you something else. And he's always willing to listen. So he's not closed-minded. If he was closed-minded, we'd have a lot of issues.
It wouldn't work. Yeah. And I think you can believe what you believe.
Yeah.
But also you have to be open to hearing the other side, even if you don't agree with the other side. Like,
that's right.
Just listen to it.
Yeah, having both sides of the coin and then forming an opinion, or, you know, a lifestyle, or whatever your case is, whatever you're putting forward with anything in society, having both sides of the coin, the good, the bad, and the ugly, is far much better for your psyche to understand where everybody's coming from, and it's going to be less volatile and all that sort of stuff. So in that aspect, like, he has a really open mind to things and whatnot. But, you know, at the end of the day, he still has his opinions and all that sort of stuff. And I can respect those opinions. I don't have to agree with them. So, yeah. So how did you read anything in that? We just took a turn then.
I made pizza, obviously.
I made pizza, yep.
Once I stuffed my face with it. I also watched part of a Owen Telltale video, because I don't know why. Oh, because I was watching it earlier, and I can't watch his stuff with Ari around, because he's an atheist YouTuber, but he mostly talks about Jehovah's Witnesses. So my aunt, well, my ex-aunt, I guess, I don't know. Anyway, my uncle's ex-wife, she was a Jehovah's Witness. Like, when we met her, she was a Jehovah's Witness, and she, like, was excommunicated, or whatever it's called, defellowshipped, or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, they're brutal. They're brutal when it comes to that sort of stuff.
But when she was dating my uncle, like, before she met him, right, because he's an outsider, before she actually married him, which they're divorced now, but before she married him, she was Jehovah's Witness, like, practicing, like, the first like year or so that she was, like, dating my uncle. She wouldn't do Easter, Christmas, birthdays.
I actually spent,
she would
my
mom
leave
the house, while we did our thing, and then she would come back.
Yeah. We had friends when we were younger. My mom, like, I haven't been christened. I've talked about this on the channel before. I don't follow a faith, and I haven't been christened. And my mum never christened any of us children because she believes that your faith is your choice, not someone else's choice to put on you. As a baby, you don't have that, you don't have that knowledge. It's up to you to learn about it. And so in saying that though, but she also exposed us to as many different religions and faiths and all that sort of stuff as possible as we were growing up. So one of my experiences was she sent me to some of her friends who were Jehovah's Witness, and I lived as a Jehovah's Witness for, I think it was 6 or 7 weeks that I was there, and basically done everything they did, went to all the meetings and everything like that. And and so I learned about their faith and all that sort of stuff, and what they celebrated, what they didn't. And so basically she did a lot of that sort of stuff.
They will cut you off. They do not care if you are a child, someone's mother. They
are brutal, like absolutely 100% brutal.
Yeah, so he left the faith when he was, I think he said 18. I don't know. I've been following him for like years and years. But in the last year or so, he's been covering I think it's called Caleb and Sophia, but it's a Jehovah's Witness cartoon. It's children. It's propaganda for children. Is basically what it is. Well, it is that.
Awesome.
Well, the other day
I need any more.
The other day I was watching him, because what he does is he watches the episode and he like talks about it and like dissects it and all of that. Because really, like the lessons they're trying to teach are good, but the way they're doing it is brainwashy. Well, the other day I didn't think about the fact that this would look like a cartoon to Ari. So the other day I was watching it like on my phone, and she happened to be sitting there with me, and she was like, "Oh, I want to watch this show," and I was like, "Oh no." Absolutely.
I know. This is a grown-ups cartoon. You can't watch that. Sorry.
Yeah. So I needed to finish watching it, but I couldn't really finish watching it with her like sitting there.
No, that's fair enough.
And I did something else, and now I can't think.
You can see an overlocker just at the bottom of your screen there.
What?
And is that a sewing machine just behind you or beside you?
Right here?
Yeah, the overlocker, is it? Or a serger? Yeah. I think you call them sergers.
Yeah, serger, yeah. It's Mariah's serger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then I moved all my stuff because
that's what you did. Yeah,
cool. In the, I don't know what that was. And then I did some. Oh, and I ordered some stuff for Ari for Christmas. I mean, not a lot. Cool. I am broke, but I ordered a I ordered her like a pot storage, like the little cylinder ones.
Yeah.
I ordered her a 60 count of those, and then she also has a diamond painting pen coming. It only costs $30 because I ordered it with mine and Mariah's pens.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like pink and sparkly, but it was like, it's, I don't know. I think they call it like their like discount brand or something, or discount. I don't know, but it's like, it's $30, but all you can pick is the color and then whether it has a roll stop or not. And then what tips, which I ordered hers with no tips. I have plenty of tips. She doesn't need
any more tips.
I don't need them to send me
tips. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I ordered that, and then I ordered her a pillow that's like this one, but it looks like a unicorn to match her desk. So that's what she's for me.
Awesome. She'll be happy with that. So this Bibliophile Life joined us during that sprint as well. So hello and welcome. Let us know which channel you're watching from. Downloaded my library book to my Kindle, read 5 pages, picked up my son from school. Awesome. I've got to move the camera again. Let me just move this across so that way I can... it's hard because I've got to be able to see both screens, and I've got my camera in a different spot, so I might have to move it up. Because I've got it down here for filming when I'm doing like floss tube and all that sort of stuff, and I didn't put it up. Normally, I usually hang it on the back of my computer. But it looks like that whatever was going on with StreamYards, it's fixed itself. So no, it hasn't. Dearie me. 20 minutes left of If the Broom Fits. That's a good little book. I read that not too long ago. Amal got to page 19 of Sisters Under the Rising Sun. Awesome. Hopefully you like it. Sorry, chapter 19. That's okay. And what diamond painting are you working on, Neva? Did you? I think we said that before. It was the Island Girl, wasn't it?
Island Babe, who's
Island
actually
Babe.
she's actually brown. So
she's not crispy fried red.
Listen, I currently have now I have 2 whips because I finished Harry Potter, which if you want to see the completed one for that, that's up on my channel. It's not really that great. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I got impatient and multi-placing dark colored square drills, not really the best, you know what I'm saying? But I got impatient and I just wanted to get it done. So by the end, I was just like multi-placing. I didn't care. But I got that done. Okay. That was the one I had to order. Like I had to get a hold of them for replacement drills because like they didn't send me enough. Which is fine. And then I have this one, which is the Island Babe, and then I have the Santa one that are currently kitted up. I finally have a storage. Like I have 4 of these Elizabeth Ward storage containers, and now that I finished the Harry Potter one, I have one that's actually like empty. Like it doesn't have anything in it except just empty storage containers. That's never happened. Literally, I've always had at least 3 of them that are full at all times. But now, or all of them have been being used for something at all times. So I have one that's empty, and then I'm gonna finish this one, and then I'll get as far on Santa as I can before Christmas. I hope. Otherwise, Santa's gonna be being packed up until next year because I'm not trying to play with Santa.
It's okay to have a Christmas one that you don't only bring out at Christmas. That's this cross stitch that I'm doing now only comes out at this time of the year. The rest of the time just sits in the cupboard.
I'm just, if I don't finish it by Christmas, which I probably won't, I will just take off the decorative because right now I have like my decorative release papers. I'll just take those off and I'll put the plain like Diamond Art Club ones that I have on. And then I'll roll it up because I don't really care if my Diamond Art Club papers get ruined. I do, however, care if my decorative ones get ruined.
Well, because you pay more for those ones too, which doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so so I'll just, if I don't get it done, I'll just roll it up and put her back in the box. But then I do have 3 kits that I can do at any time. Like I have my 10th Doctor. I have, is it the 10th Doctor? Yeah. I have the 10th Doctor. I have my Hannah Lynn Mad Hatter, and or not Mad Hatter, Hannah Lynn the White Rabbit, and I have the Paint the Moon kit that I got from ML and Ollie. But I think that when I'm done with this, if I've run out of time for Santa, I'm not going to do squares right now. And my two big ones, which are my Hannah Lynn and my Doctor Who one, are both round. Yeah. But Paint the Moon is a square, but it's a smaller square. So.
Fair enough. Careful. Don't need to walk past with it, sweetie. I'll end up spilling it. Thank you. I made a cuppa and left it inside. She goes, your cuppa's here. Thank you, sweetie. All right. Have you finished your lunch? Okay. Go and finish your lunch, sweetie. Okay. Good girl. So Lexi read 36 pages of Wreck the Halls, cleaned the litter box, bathroom, and vacuumed. Awesome. I'm working on the Nutcracker diamond painting. Yeah, and put that up in. It's actually not a bad one. I didn't mind the look of that one. It was up in the Crafty Nook in Discord. Put up the little picture of the ones that Anne got. Nicole, how are you enjoying the advert books? Well, I haven't read any yet, but it's been a lot of fun opening them. I'm probably not going to start reading them until January. I want to at least try to make a dent in them next year, and try and get to a month and have the box completed by. I mean, obviously, there's going to be ones where I'm probably going to, DNF or whatever, but for the most part, I'm going to attempt to pick up 2 each month and get some read of those. Whether I get them all finished or not, that's a different story. We'll see how we go. Although this year I have used a lot of them in readathons, which has been really good. on that, things that I otherwise wouldn't have had on my shelf. So it's been really good in that aspect. During both sprints, I got to 52%. That's awesome, making good progress there. Chrissy's here in Australia. Chrissy watches my hubby and he hasn't offended me. Oh wait, you've watched him long enough, he's bound to offend you. But in saying that, I'm also in the background going, you cannot say that. This is not acceptable. And yeah, so he'll edit stuff out. And that. But for the most part, he's okay. Like, yeah, he's all good. He's funny to watch. Not PC enough. LOL. Literally my dad. He tries to give me suggestions for my channel, and I'm like, thanks for the suggestions, but I'm good. Yeah. Like Brendan and I don't even read the same sort of stuff either. So it's yeah. And he reads a lot of sci-fi, and I have no interest in reading his shoot 'em up space odysseys, as I call them, because they always just seem to be shooting each other to high heaven and yeah, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, but anyway, and I feel like it's the same. Like he listens to the same narrator as well, and so it seems like it's the same story. I feel the same way. Neither at work. I'm like, God, there are patients here. Why did I want to? I'm joking.
I think it's it. I can deal with the customers up until the point that you be trying to come in 5 minutes before we close, and then you want to have the audacity to be like, "Oh, your fryers are off. Oh, your grills are off. Yeah, I have to clean those things, and they take at least 15 minutes to cool down, so they get shut off at 3:30.
Yeah,
we close at 4. If you are coming through the drive-thru at 3:55,
yeah.
You're not even getting a warm tortilla at that point because my grill or my flat top is off. So like I can't throw you gonna get some like a raw tortilla with some meat and cheese and lettuce. That's basically all I can offer you.
You're getting the basics at that time. You should be asleep. Go to bed.
Literally say all we can do are non-grilled burritos and tacos, and then people will be like, "Oh, well, can you do a quesadilla? Is a quesadilla a burrito or a taco?" No. I'm not doing a quesadilla at 3:55.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. I wouldn't be either. I wouldn't even be opening the sliding door. Life it's locked. As soon as that grill's off, everything's locked. But that's probably why I don't work at Taco Bell or any other fast food outlet. Life is too short and relationships are too hard that I'm not staying in a relationship with someone I'm arguing with over politics or core values. These are definite deal breakers for me. Yeah, but the thing is, our politics has changed over the years. And I'm not about to break up with someone that I've been with for 20 odd years over politics when, our core family values are the same. And that's all that matters. Like when you're raising a family, I think that your core values, family values, I mean, if it's narcissistic crap and all that sort of stuff, I'm not putting up with that shit. Like you can just, excuse my language for those on the craft channel, you can just fuck right off and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
Yeah.
That sort of shit I'm not going to tolerate. Been there, done that. No, thank you. Pass. Next. But yeah, so and Brendan and I have grown together. Like I have healed and he has been with me by my side and put up with all my stuff and all my crazy. And and there's been times where he's been talking about his friends' girlfriends and all that sort of stuff, or acquaintances' girlfriends, where he said they're batshit crazy. And I'm like, let's just back it up a little bit and find out why.
Yeah, why are they acting that way?
Why are they acting that way? And then he'll explain it to me. Yeah, if they are
genuinely crazy. But also, maybe explain why they're reacting to things the way that they're reacting.
Yeah. And 9 times, actually, no, I'll correct that. 7 times out of 10, the guy has antagonized the chick that she's lost her shit. And I just say to him, you have to think about these things. It's not always just the chick. And yes, we are a little bit batshit crazy at the best of times.
But a lot of times, bro, we just be letting you do things and letting you do things and letting you do things. And then eventually we're like, we snap, and then we're the crazy ones.
Yeah, because we've been tolerating you. What was that saying I put up the other day? What you tolerate, you validate.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've been over here just validating everything, and then we don't validate it anymore, and now we're crazy. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we had a situation where I put a hard line in the sand on something in our life, which is personal, and I'm not going to get into it, but I put a hard line in the sand, and he looked at me like a petulant little 2-year-old that I had just said no to, and I just looked at him and said, "It's a hard line, mate. You make the decision. Hard line." And that we've discussed it. It's a hard line. And he just looked at me and he goes, "All right, that's fine." Okay. He goes, I don't necessarily like this hard line because, it's something that it's not something he believes in. It's just a verbalization that he's saying. I don't want to say too much because it's a hard line and it's not a topic anymore. But he seen it from my point of view and he's like, okay, I can see why that is a hard line for you. So yeah. On that, and communication is key. And yeah, sometimes you're not going to like what someone says to you, your partner says to you, and you're going to get all feisty and all the rest of it. But you can work it out in the end. If it, as I say, if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. If it works, it works. Nicole, it's so helpful that you talk about your past. So many women think that they're alone with domestic violence. My marriage never got that far, but I could see where it was heading, and that's why I left. That's good that you were able to see that. With my first part, I went from a domestic, abusive father to a domestic violent partner because I didn't know any different. That's all I'd known in my life. And it wasn't until I got to my quarter life crisis, and everybody has one, and you can argue the point with me, but I can rattle off about 15 of my friends that have all had quarter life crisis. They get to 25 and I don't know, shit hits the proverbial fan, and life changes happen, big ones and all that sort of stuff. And it wasn't until I got to that point that I realized what was happening to me, and it was through other friends that pointed it out, and whatnot. And then I made some serious changes and all that sort of stuff. And he went to prison for what he did to me, and then I absconded from the state, so he couldn't find me and whatnot. Hello, child. How are you? Good you're home. Thanks for letting me know that you left.
Yeah.
You didn't send me a message this morning to say you left, so I knew where you were between what point and what point? No? Okay. Fair enough. Just 17. That's that.
I came from a narcissistic mother who and then clearly I have learned no lessons. So here we are.
But you know what? Sometimes we have to have that lesson smacked in our forehead a couple of times before we get it. And I went from my domestic violent partner to a cheating partner, and that really done wonders for the self-esteem and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I kicked him to the curb pretty quick. And then I met Brendan, and life's been good ever since. So yeah, you can turn things around.
You know what? I'm just saying, my standards have changed. Okay. Listen,
see, when I got with Brendan, this is what I did different. Okay, when I got into other relationships prior to meeting Brendan, when I was he was 26 and I was 32. I already had 2 kids and whatnot, and basically I was not looking for a relationship. I was done. I was jumping over the fence and going hanging out over there, and I was done. Men were off the table for me altogether. And so, and I said to my girlfriends, I'm like, I'm over this side. I'm sticking on this side. I'm done with them. They can all keep themselves. They can all have themselves. I'm done.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, right.
Just
so this is where I was at. This is where I was at. So then I ended up meeting Brendan, and I just thought, you know what, I'll do. And I was attracted to him and all that sort of stuff, and liked hanging out with him. We were really good friends before we became a thing. And basically, I just said to him, this is how it is. This is what I want. And I just laid all my cards on the table. If you cannot accept this premise of our relationship, then see you later. I'm happy to hang out with you. I'm happy to go nightclubbing with you, but there'll be nothing else. And he goes, good, because this is what I want. And we laid all our cards. So all the cards were on the table. Everything we didn't want from a relationship, what we wanted from a relationship. And if we couldn't meet any of those, then it was done. And we hashed out, like, it was a negotiation for our relationship when we first started. And that's what I did different. And it worked. So, yeah. Christina's also joined us as well, listening to Wreck the Halls and boot the like. Awesome. Thank you. I liked that. And Snazzy Moose has also joined us. Hello, hello. And had to put reading on hold instead and spend some time catching up on reviews. I am the worst at rewriting reviews. So I might, Neva, can you take over? There's someone at my door. I'll be back.
Yep. Okay. Had to put reading on hold and instead spend some time catching up on reviews. The worst at writing reviews. Katie, I am also, listen, I haven't written a review other than like for NetGalley. I do try to write my NetGalley reviews, just because I need to. But other than that, like, I'm terrible at writing reviews. I don't even write them on Storygraph, to be honest. Like, you just get a rating, and then you can ask me why I liked the book. And sometimes I can tell you, and sometimes I can't. But yeah, I'm terrible at reviews. Watch from Neva's channel. Thank you so much. Sherry just climbed into bed with some gummy bears and the Overnights by Ian Smith. We love some gummy bears. Realize now that Spotify sucks. I'll keep Everand, but Spotify player is so much better than the Everand one. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what Spotify offers. Like, I've listened to Spotify for podcasts and music. The thing I don't like about the podcast is that I use Pocket Casts, which I think you might have to pay for now, to be honest. I don't know. When it went to a paid app, I was like grandfathered in because I had already paid. Like, I already had like the you could pay for like the upgrade or whatever, and then they made it like a paid app, so they grandfathered me in. So like when you go to my account, it says that I'm like a lifetime member or whatever. Cool, I guess. But with that app, I can like sort all of my podcasts into little folders. So I have like my true crime ones, my personal development ones, like I know what they all are. And then I can also organize them from oldest to newest or vice versa, like episode. And Spotify doesn't, at least the last time I used Spotify for podcasts, it did not give you that freedom. And then it annoyed me. So I stopped using it. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Do you want me to continue now?
Sure.
No worries. Neva loves Fridays. She gets to stream to her channel and doesn't have to do anything. Only when I've got to go and answer the door. And it was nothing exciting. It was all for King of Toe. Like, car parts and stuff. I'm like, how rude. Nothing for me. And stuff from the family trust and all that sort of stuff. Just tax stuff. That's another day. That can just sit over there for another day. I'm off that. The Bibliophile's Life is reading NetGalley arcs that are coming out in January. Awesome. I'm just trying to build up my percentage at the moment before I tackle that. So yeah. Not doing really well with it either. I don't know anything about Spotify and the audiobooks. I think it's just like Audible. I would assume it would be just like any other app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but you also have music on Spotify, though. Yeah,
well, there's that too, and podcasts as well. So yeah, I jumped into bed with my Gummy Bears and The Overnight by Ian K. Smith. Not heard of that one, or that author. I guess it can be compared to the Audible subscription. They are offering listening 10 hours. 10 for 12. What? They're offering hours, and it's only 10 hours for $12.99.
Every 15 days? What are you going to listen to that's 10 hours long? If you want to listen to, like...
I can honestly say I'm definitely...
It would take you 2 months just to listen to it.
That's it, like...
Because it is like a 72-hour audiobook. Like, It by Stephen King. It's like a 72-hour audiobook. So, I mean, if you listen at one high speed, it's going to take you 3 days to listen to it. But if you're only getting 10 hours at a time...
Well, that's like Wheel of Time. That'll take you 6 weeks. Because most of them are like... There's a couple that are around the 25-hour mark, but there's quite a few that are around the 42-hour. My goodness.
I'm about to actually look because I was gonna see so like I'm listening to A Court of Mist and Fury. It's a 24-hour audiobook. Almost like at one time speed. 23 hours and 17 minutes. It would take you 2 weeks just to listen to that if all you get is 10 hours.
Yeah, fully. That's ridiculous. That doesn't work. Deb's saying that Chrissy's not easily offended though. That's fair enough. There are bookstores in New York that sell books by length, size of the bookshelves, and I've wanted to buy them, but I'm afraid of getting books I have or would never read. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I work near a breakfast place that closes at 2:30, and I'm always seeing people going there at 2:25. And they're still there at 3:15. Bugger that crap. Like,
luckily, we can lock the lobby doors at midnight.
Yeah.
So the only way you're coming through is through the drive-through.
Yeah, that's the same as all of ours as well. So, in Nicole, I love how you apologize to the Craft Channel. Yeah, well, the Craft Channel, most of my subscribers are American, and they are over 55 and up. So, just out of respect to them, block your ears now. I'm going to swear.
I'm going to be like the raunchiest grandma ever. I'm going to be like 65 years old and just cussing, and people are going to be like,
yeah.
Go around.
Into comparison, like I know that people like I'm sure there's people over there that swear like nothing else, but in comparison, like a lot of people think that I don't swear or anything like that. Mate, I am a potty mouth. Like
me too.
I like every second word can be, if I'm on a rant, like every second word is F this, F that, whatever. But
yeah, I had to learn how to tone it down when we were doing the podcast. So now when I feel like I have to be, on or whatever, like as far as like YouTube, it is a little bit easier for me to watch my mouth. But when we first started the podcast, we had made an agreement that we wouldn't cuss on the podcast because we wanted families to be able to listen to the podcast together, right? And by families, I mean like older teenagers. Okay, I'm not talking. I mean, Ari's heard it before. But there are definitely episodes that she's never heard because some of them we can't censor enough. Like, you know what I mean? But my dad was like, bro, he was like, when I go edit, he's like, I have to cut stuff out. And like, and he had figured out how to be like real fancy, right? Where he could like cut it out and then like replace it. Like, and you can't tell, like it's seamless, but but he was like, there was one episode I guess I went on a rant.
Yeah.
I think it was an episode that we recorded when I was in California. So we were actually recording live together, like instead of through the computer. And maybe it was, what is his name? Epstein? I think we were doing the Epstein episode. Or maybe the chick that worked with him, right? Delane Maxwell, whatever. But I guess I went on a rant and I was just cussing. And my dad was like, I had to edit this whole episode. Like he had to go in with this special software and like cut and paste words in because I was like, I just went on a rant. And so it was just F this, shit, whatever. And he was like, you cuss so much. And I was like, that's just who I am. Like as a person, like I cuss a lot. Like I have to really. It's why I don't yell at Ari when she cusses, because like sometimes I'll say something like, and she'll be like, "Well, how am I?" Like earlier today, here's an example. So she was right in my face, and I was like, "Dude, I need you to back up from me. Like I said you're really being a pain in my ass right now." Is what I said, and she was like, "How am I being a pain in your ass?" And then I was like, don't say ass. Like I said it like that. And she was like, I'm sorry. And she like gets so upset, but I'm like, I'm not even like angry that you said it because
I just said it.
It's my fault.
Yeah. We have a rule in our house. Only the adults are allowed to swear. If you swear, you do get in trouble. And they go, but you swear. And then they turn around, but you're swearing. Yes, but I have paid my dues and I have been punished. And I have earned the right to be able to swear.
If she did it like double a lot, standards. then I would say, like,
Yeah.
there would be some kind of a rule around it. But she tends to only do it in repeating what I've said.
Yeah, and that's different because they're just
been,
repeating. Yeah.
yeah, there's
They're
only
just
been once
repeating.
or twice where like she did something like stubbed her toe. There was she has a scar on the inside of one of her arms, and when she cut the inside of her arm open, she cut it open on a bed frame that was too big for the mattress that we had. When she did that, she did yell the F word, like she cut it open and then she yelled the F word, and like she was like 2.5. Okay, so I was like trying to hold it together, and I was like, we don't say that word. But also, I was like,
but I understand why you did. You have to validate because she used it the right way.
if she's, I mean, she knows she's not supposed to cuss, so she doesn't. So when she does slip up and say something, I'll just be like, okay, well, we don't say that word.
Yep.
Moving on.
We have certain words like Mia called me bruh on the phone, and I'm like, I am not your bruh. Don't ever call me your. I am not an eshay, and nor are you. So don't talk to me like you're an eshay. And yeah, that's not allowed. And then I said to her the other day, she did something. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? She goes, you told me I wasn't allowed to say that, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it. But what are you doing? Like, it was the only way to get your attention.
When Ari is sassy, she calls me mother. Like, instead of mom or mommy, she calls me mother. And the way she says it, it grinds my gears. Like, it just, oh my God. It really butters my biscuit, bro.
Because you know,
like,
she's called you out.
Oh, because she's done it, like, on sprints before.
No.
She'll be like, mother. And I'm like, who are you talking to? Like, it literally just makes me want to spaz out.
Yes, they do, Courtney. Oh, I watched your video this morning, Courtney. If you're still here, on that, yeah, that's like, that was awesome. I really loved it, and your opening just cracked me up. That's what I woke up to this morning. So if you haven't seen Courtney's boot camp, readathon, yeah, head on over and check it out because it's.
I'm gonna watch
it. She. It cracked me up. Like, this is the first video that I watched this morning because it was on my mentions. And so I opened it up. It was before I even seen your message in Discord. And it was like, save your crying for your mama. It just cracked me up. I was laying in bed laughing. Mia's coming and like, what is going on, Mima? But yeah, go over and see it. It's great. There's a readathon happening, and I don't have all the details because I basically watched the video, see what the prompts were, and then had to come out here and film. So yeah, I will go and see the finer details of that because I am actually helping to co-host for the readathon as well. And I know, I seen that today, and I'm like,
We're just over here just co-hosting everything.
I know.
I'm not
We're just putting our hand up for everything.
Reni wouldn't tell me who I got paired with for Clue, but she kept saying, she was like, none of the besties are paired together. That's what she kept saying. And I was like, who is she going to pair me with? Because I didn't know, we didn't know who all even the besties, just so people know, we didn't even know who all of the hosts were. And the only reason that I knew that Brooklyn was part of it was because Reni had reached out to me and Brittany asked me if we could talk to Brooklyn. We were like, just send her a message, bro. Which is what Brittany told me to do. She was like, just send, that's how me and Nicole met. She was like, just send Nicole a message. And I'm like, no. But I didn't, and so then when we got paired up, dude, I text Reni and I was like, you're a real one.
I was like, yes. I mean, everybody else was great to be paired up as well. But I mean, let's face it, we can talk the leg off a wooden chair if we tried.
Right. I've never washed my eggs.
No.
Well, that's not true. I have never washed store-bought eggs.
No, because they're washed anyway.
Yeah. Now, if they're like if you're farming and like you went out to your chicken coop and you got your fresh eggs, yes, you need to wash those. But
Hot tip
store
for
bought
the
eggs,
day.
I don't wash.
Wash your chicken eggs, but if you buy them from the store, they're all washed.
Yeah,
That's just they go through a
but
washer.
yeah, I do. I mean, as a person who has been around farms and stuff, like I've gotten eggs out of the hen house, and you wash those. You don't just like crack them suckers open.
You know, you be open yourself up for
And
all sorts of stuff.
And don't boil them like fresh out of the chicken coop.
No, you need to let them sit for a while.
No, but definitely, yeah. But if they're store bought, you don't need to wash them.
For hard boiled eggs, if you put a little bit of bicarb soda, if they are farm fresh eggs, if you put a little bit of bicarb soda in the water when you're boiling them, it actually helps them peel easier. See, you don't just come here for the books and the diamond painting. You also come here for food tips too.
Right.
All right. And on this one, posted more diamond painting kits got today over in Dusty Book Sniffers, I'm assuming. I think I have a problem. I currently have 9. No, you don't have a problem. Waiting to be done. Okay, you need to style that back a bit. Have you started them or are you just waiting?
Okay, let me just put this into perspective for you. Okay. I'm able to do this because I have been diamond painting for the least amount of time, I think.
Yeah.
So like if Nicole is like, yeah, I have this stash. Nicole's been diamond painting for
I've been diamond painting since it hit the airwaves.
I started diamond painting at the beginning of September. Like the very first week of September was when I ordered my first diamond painting. I've completed 13. Okay. I've completed 13 since then, since the first week of October. I currently have 2 whips. That's 15. And I have 3 that have not been started. They're just upstairs in their boxes. That's 18. Okay. And then I have the chip one, which is on hold, which I'm reordering it. Okay. I've given it. So that's 19 diamond.
Okay,
paintings.
so I have
in just like a few months.
Yeah, no, we're not even going to discuss my stash because I've got a whole cupboard full of them and they're on top of the cupboard. But they've been doing it for a long time.
But I also have 2 more that I need to order, which are specifically for the beginners videos, like how to diamond paint, because people want to know how to diamond paint from scratch. So like I have to get something. I don't have anything that is like beginner friendly enough for me to be like, here you go. Like I'm not about to pull out a giant poster size Mandy Manzano and show you how to diamond. No one like don't start that.
Turn people off diamond painting. That's the route you take.
Yeah. So I have 2 that are I think they're 13 by 13 inches. Like they're small. But they're from Amazon, like the Amazon storefront, because I wanted to do it with licensed artwork, but in a way that was affordable. Like these were like $15 a piece, so like they're not super expensive. But I've just figured out how these diamond painting creators get such huge stashes, like even without the sneak peeks, because like I'm not a person that anyone knows, so I don't get like sneak peeks of anything.
Yeah.
But even without that, like, because in order to make the content, you have to have the paintings. Like it's like BookTube. You can't make content without books. Now with BookTube, I've made a lot of content around like my Kindle, you know, so that saved me some money, I guess.
But did it really? Because you bought all the books anyway. So yeah.
I mean, I do utilize, like, I really do advocate for like using like Libby.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Which Libby is technically free unless you live somewhere where you have to pay for a library card. Some people do, where like you have to pay a fee for the initial library card. I do know, like my hometown, if you need a replacement library card, you have to pay.
Yeah, replacement, yes. To join up, no.
But all of the ones that I have were free to join. But I have gotten comments before where people are like, "Oh, it costs." It's not always free because it costs $5 at my library to get a library card, which like.
But still, like $5. Open your wallet. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry if this offends anybody, but like. Open your wallet, $5. You've got access to thousands of books.
Right. So it costs you $5 for the initial library card, but then it's free after that.
Free.
So.
Yeah, like
I don't
open your
know.
wallet. I'm looking down the camera at you, person. Open your wallet. Whoever you are.
I mean, you might have to give up your Starbucks coffee this week if you want to
That's
get
right. That's
online
right.
with that. But it's
Listen,
okay.
I'm not drinking coffee because of COVID. It tastes like crap at the moment, so you can miss one coffee. I've missed it for 2 weeks. Longer,
So,
actually. I haven't had any since
but
November.
with diamond painting, like there's no way. I mean, even if you do budget paintings, you still
Mm.
have to buy the stuff.
Mhm, mhm.
You know what I mean? And I will
Yeah.
do a video of like things you can upgrade, but I'm a little nervous. Like I've been actually like doing research for it because I'm like I need to find things that you can upgrade, but that are also. I mean, I'll show you like the high end like bougie stuff. Like I will do it, but I'm also like not everyone is gonna pay for a pen like this. We're not gonna talk
Yeah.
about how much this pen
Yeah.
costs. We're not gonna talk about it,
No.
but like
And we established that I need to sell my soul.
yeah,
to
like
get
not
one.
everyone is. I mean, they're cool, but like not everyone is gonna want to pay
Yeah.
$100+
See, that's the one
for a-
thing that I like. I've been lucky enough that I've had a friend that has sent me a lot of stuff. And
Yeah.
this year was the first year that I got the Add More Zest diamond painting advent, which I'm opening up on my craft channel on a daily basis, like I am with the book one. And I have like my channel is about being able to do crafting without having to have all the bells and whistles. So like when we've done foundation paper piecing, there is a shit ton of stuff that you can buy to do that part of quilting. So that's where you're sewing it onto paper, like templates. There's all these sort of different papers that you can use. Like there is so much money that you could sink into it, but not everybody has that budget. And I didn't have my budget like that. Like I still don't have a budget because I'm, putting kids through uni and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. I was looking after my granddaughter. So I just started doing things with stuff that I could use from that I already had. So I have a really good selection of rulers and I have my rotary cutters. And other than that, I don't do a lot of bells and whistles. And fork pins have been a game changer for me. So I spruik them quite a bit on my channel. I'm sure my craft channel are sick of hearing about it. But I try to do things that don't need a lot of equipment. And with diamond painting, you actually don't have to. You can buy the painting and you get everything that you need.
That you need, yeah. And the thing is, like, I tell people like, yeah, you can upgrade your pen, like things like that. But I mean, you can do it affordably. I don't want to say cheaply, like, because that makes it sound like not good quality.
It makes it sound like it's crap, but it's not. Like you can upgrade it affordably for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is like I think. Well, I know this because I've had a few people that are like, I don't know, somehow I'm the one that introduced people to diamond painting. Like there's a few people, like I'm an influencer now, apparently. Because there's a couple of people that I know they have
I'm an influencer now.
And then like I got tagged the other day in somebody's story. I have no idea who this person is. Thank you so much for following me because she follows my channel and my Instagram. I had no idea who she was. I don't know if she's just like a lurker, but she tagged me the other day and it popped up and I was like, I have no idea who this person is, but like I hope you have so much fun with these diamond painting stickers that apparently I influenced you to buy. Wonderful. Like that's great. I love it. And like I shared her story like to my story or whatever, but like I think people like when I discovered diamond painting, well, I mean, I knew about it, but like when I really started to like be like, oh, maybe this would be a good idea, and then my therapist was like, yeah, maybe this would be a good idea for you because you're an anxious human being. If you just go start looking for diamond painting content, you get bombarded by like pen stashes. Look at my 2022 diamond painting stash where they have like 500 diamond paintings. It's very overwhelming. Because
it is like, and those channels are very privileged to be able to do that. Like, yeah, and a lot of the bigger ones do get the premium diamond painting companies sending stuff out.
And they get gifted. Like I think people like, I'm gonna say this. Go watch some of these bigger channels. Go watch things like their Happy Mail hauls and their small shop hauls, because almost always, if it says something about Happy Mail or Friend Mail in the title, those are things that have been gifted to them. So a lot of these people, they do have pen stashes. They've bought some of the pens, you know what I mean? But they've also been like gifted the pens, or
Mhm.
the shops, like they're friends with the owners of the shops, and they've given
Or
them
the
the
shops that are just starting out too often
yeah,
send stuff
and
out to
that
big.
too, because
Yeah,
it's promotion or
yeah,
whatever. But
yeah.
like um who is it? Enablers Outpost, right? They just did a whole thing of blanks that
Mhm.
are Harry Potter themed blanks. So
Mm.
obviously, I will buy Harry Potter themed things as long as I'm not giving money to the
Yeah,
woman. You know what I'm saying? To
yeah.
the author. And from what I understand, like the reason I bought the couple of diamond paintings from Diamond Art Club is because that is licensed through Warner Brothers. So
Mhm.
if she's getting any money, it's not very much. So
No.
I don't mind doing it that way, but I wouldn't like buy it off of Pottermore because she
Mm.
gets that money.
Mhm. Mm.
But they just did a whole thing. I missed the drop for it. And then I
Mhm.
commented on like their thing, and now I'm going to be getting those. But I had told them like it's gonna be a little like I was like, it's like, yes, go ahead and give me a quote for how much it's gonna be, but like it's gonna
Mhm.
be a minute before I can buy them because they're expensive. And I'm not really one that needs like 15 pens. I've been using
No.
the same pen.
Yeah, I'm the same. I have a little collection of pens that I've got off Amazon and places like that. Well, actually
Yeah,
off
most of mine are
AliExpress,
from
which are the
Amazon.
same as Amazon. So,
Yeah, most of mine are from Amazon. I only have this one and then my Sailor Moon pen, which was the first like high end pen. I think it cost $45 or something. It was the
mhm.
first like high end pen that I bought, and I literally bought it just to see.
And anybody that wants to buy it in Australia, line up to sell your soul because it's a whole lot more expensive than that.
I'm about to just like buy one and then send it to you.
No, 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 that's fine. Like you,
She's like,
you have other things to be worrying about right now. I can do without the pen. I'll
did
just
you
sit and
find out how
admire
to make?
you.
Weren't you trying
No,
to find out?
I think I need a lathe. And yeah, like I tried to find some molds and stuff. I'm still looking. I'm just get a clue sort of threw a spanner in the works because that was in
Yeah.
October I was hunting. So yeah. All right, we have got way to get to the comments and all the rest of it. So if you've left a comment there, we will get to it. We're going to go for an hour sprint because I need to go and have some food. I cooked food for me in the last sprint and didn't cook any for myself. So I'm going to go and have some lunch and whatnot. And we will be back in an hour. So happy reading and crafting, everybody. But I am going to say farewell to the craft channel. And thank you for everybody that joined me over there. If you are on the craft channel and also watching the book channel, you'll need to skip on over here because the stream is going to end for that. And yeah, thank you very much for everybody joining. Hope you enjoyed the little stitching that I was doing. And I will see you all again next week. But for now, we will end Divinely Designs. And let me just click on that and see if yes, I'm doing it correctly. If it ends, we'll be back. Right. Right. We're still here. It's all good. We're still here. I didn't wreck it. All right. Divinely Designs has now gone. All right, we're going to go for an hour sprint, and the next 3 will be hour-long sprints to make up for the long chatty bit for everybody. So we will see you in an hour. See you soon. Bye. Well, hello, everybody. How did we go? Sorry, we will get our shit together at the end of this sprint, I'm sure. Mia was playing with the cat, and I think she got a little bit too rough with the cat, or she was, according to her, she was playing with a feather. She decided that she was going to go out and play and not sit with Mima anymore. And she was playing with a feather with the grey cat, and he gets a little bit excited when you play with feathers with him. She came in and she had a scratch on her hand, so we had to fix that right at the last minute. She came in because I went out there and told her what happened, that I was coming out here and all the rest of it. All right, so excuse me, I had lunch, didn't read anything, watched a couple of episodes of Big Bang. That's what I've been watching with Mia in the last couple of weeks. We're just at lunchtime, we sit down and watch some Big Bang, which is really good. So yeah, this is like, I know this would be like the third time I've watched it, and every time I watch it, there's just the jokes just are still funny, and yeah, I just Sheldon just reminds me of my husband really at times. So anyway, yeah, so that's what I did, and I had a ham and cheese with mayonnaise, a toasted wrap for lunch, which was quite nice. So let us know in the comments how you went. And I was smart this time and started the comment of where we were up to. So we have quite a number of people watching across both channels, which is absolutely fabulous. Not exactly sure where Neva is. I do have to get some stuff sorted for 24-hour sprints, which are happening this weekend. So be sure to head over to Neva's channel if you're on Dusty's a bit later and check out. I don't know whether the playlist goes live tonight or whether it goes live tomorrow. So, but yeah, make sure you subscribe to Neva's channel, and then that way you'll get notification. Neva is usually up first, and then there'll be a couple after that. I haven't even looked at the graphic. I've been that busy this week. I haven't even looked at the graphic to see who's on or anything like that. I do know that I am doing an 8-hour sprint on my channel because there was one slot that we couldn't fulfill. So yeah, so basically Neva and I will be hanging out again on the weekend for an 8-hour sprint. Let me just bring up Instagram and I can tell you who's going to be on. All right. So starting with Neva at 12 p.m. Eastern. And then 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. is Leandra from the TBR Zero. And then Bree from Four Paws and a Book is from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And this is Eastern Standard Time. And then on Saturday, it's on Friday. And then on Saturday the 9th, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. is yours truly. And then from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., Margaret from... Oh, I always forget her channel, The Word Nerd. It will be on. I'm terrible with remembering channel names. Like, I know who the person is, feel like I know them a little bit. But how I managed to navigate back to their channel is beyond me. But anyway, and we've got 4 special guests. So the guests are Crystal from Bond Book Reviews. We have Alhi from Purple Poke. I don't know what it is. I'll have to. I'm fairly new to her their channel. We also have Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads, and we have Reni from Reni Blue Reads. So they will be popping in at any given time on anybody's channel. But yeah, so the first lot of names that I read out are all the hosts, and that starts at 12 p.m. Friday, the 8th of December, and it goes for 24 hours. And we basically channel hop. So make sure that you subscribe to Neva's channel. And then that way you will get notification and set the bell notification to all notifications. And that way you will get a notification when she goes live at lunchtime on Friday, Eastern time, Standard Time. Of course, I'm in Australia, so I will be on in the afternoon on Saturday for those that watch the 24-hour sprints here in the Southern Hemisphere. I think I go live at 3, 2, 3, something like that. I've got to set up all that in the next sprint to get that all sorted and do some advertising and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, And also, if you do end up over on Neva's channel and you like what you see, Neva also has membership as well. So the little emblem that you can see beside I would rather be reading, that indicates that Katie is over on Neva's channel. And this is horrendous. Spotify lets you listen to 15 hours. Then you can buy additional 10 hours for $12.99. Like, so you're halfway through a book and then you have to buy it. I don't think so. I just rather have the book outright and be done with it. But the only person who pays for Spotify Premium gets to listen. So I pay for an account, so I get the hours, but my husband who shares it can't do the audiobooks. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Listening hours. The person who made that decision obviously doesn't use audiobooks. That's what I because it wasn't the first time that I've heard that, and that's what I actually thought, that this person, whoever is the powers that be at Spotify, obviously I've never listened to an audiobook or have no concept of how large an audiobook can be. So yeah. He's saying the same thing. If you pay for Spotify Premium, you get 15 hours a month for free. But even still, like, that's not even the average book, really. Like,
I mean, unless you're me and you listen at freaking like 2.5 times speed.
but is it going on how long you listen for, or is it going on how long the audiobook is? So this is the question. Because even if you get audiobook and listen at 2 times speed, like when it used to be on Scribd, it still showed what the hours of the audiobook was, not what you.
In my opinion, bro, you're better off paying for Audible Premium.
Yeah.
Because I won't. So I pay for Audible. I pay for 24 credits a year is what I do. Which that re-ups like in March now. There have been a few times throughout the year that I've bought like a pack of 3 or a pack of 5 credits or whatever. But I really did the 24 credits because there were entire series of books that I knew that I was going to want to buy. So like I bought all of Throne of Glass, I bought all of A Court of Thorns and Roses, and I bought something else too. But they were bigger series. And I was like, I'm not going to shell out. I think it's $35.99 or something American for 3 credits. And I was like, I'm not going to do that every 3 books. Like, I'm not going to do it. So I buy 24 credits a year at a time, which lasts a while, but then I have all of the Audible Premium too, and there are a lot of books on Audible Premium. Like most of Emily McIntyre's backlog is on there. I think the only one in the Never After series that's not on there is Crossed, and that's I think just because it's a newer book. You have all of the books that Bree and I read for the 48 Hours of Chaos or whatever the hell it was called for Clue. Those were all they were all Christmas novellas off of some longer than novellas, but they were all Christmas books off of Audible Premium.
Like, well, that's what I did for the Chaos as well. I just went on to my, because as I come across them, because I have an Audible, and I mean, as much as I hate putting money into the Amazon, at the end of the day, it's the best resource there is.
Yeah, as far as audiobooks, and there are just unfortunately, there are also just so many books that I want to read that are Audible exclusive, that have that exclusive licensing through Audible. Because a lot of people have said to me like, oh, I really want to read Throne of Glass, but I can't find the audiobooks. That's because almost all of them, I think the first 2 or 3 maybe you could get through like Libby or a public resource like that, but after like the 3rd book, they're all on they're nowhere except Audible. I haven't bought these ones yet. I may buy them next year just so I can get through this freaking series, because this is another vlog that I started and then just fell into the abyss. But the well, no, and the thing is, it's not because I haven't liked the books, because I read the first 2 chapters of Addicted to You and then proceeded to buy the entire series, and I borrowed the first book from the library, and then was like, oh, I love these first 2 chapters, let me buy all 6 books, because that makes sense. I have really enjoyed everything that I've read. It's just that with the diamond painting coming into my life, reading on my Kindle is very slow. Because I'm only reading on my Kindle if I'm like at work. I mean, I read for 15 minutes during Ari's little concert thing because she had to be there 15 minutes early, and I do not talk to other parents at school.
Yeah, I wasn't. When my kids were at school, I am not the best school gate mum. I'm just like I'm not up for your small talk and shit. Like I'm out.
Like her teacher, like her teacher will talk to me and stuff like that. Because like Ari was really nervous. She did really well, but she was really nervous about the whole like concert thing. And I was like, "You're gonna do great." And everything like that. And then Jean had sent her some new clothes for Christmas. So it's the only thing that I've let her open, but I let her open it because she was so like, I have nothing to wear. Like, you're 6. You have plenty to wear. But I let her just open it because
you are in for a run when she's a teenager. If she's 6 and has nothing to wear.
She's gonna have to, I'm sorry, she's gonna have to have a job, to be honest. Yeah. I'm gonna be like, you go forth into the world. But she wore like a cute little like dress with leggings.
You know what you should do? I'm just going to interrupt you right here, right now. You know what you should do if she's like that? Introduce her to thrift shopping.
Oh,
that's what I did with Savannah, and she embraced it, and now that's the only place she shops.
I'm absolutely gonna have to. Now I did put like clothes and stuff on her Amazon wish list just because.
Yeah, I did say that.
Child grows like a freaking weed, and Bree was like, I was like, well, I have books and like stuff on there, and she was like, yeah, put things that you also need. And I was going through, as I'm packing things, I'm like going through Ari's clothes, and I'm like, all of this stuff is just like all she has that fit are dresses, and it's because Mariah bought them and wasn't 100% sure on sizing, so she happened to buy them a size too big. So she's just now growing into them. But like the clothes that Jean ordered, they fit very well, whatever. She'll be able to wear them throughout like the whole winter. And it's like top. It came with a top, a long sleeve top, a long sleeve dress, a skirt, and leggings. So she can mix match, honestly, all of it. She could put the dress over like other tights or whatever. But the leggings and the skirt are both black, and then the shirt is like a cream shirt. I don't know how long she's gonna keep that clean, but it's like a cream shirt with like a butterfly on the front, so she could wear it with like jeans or whatever. But her teacher was like, she's a little nervous, and I'm like, yeah, I know, she'll be fine. And then they were like, all the parents need to go to the gym. So I've never walked through Ari's school. There's never been. She takes the bus. Like, there's never been any reason. We did like the meet the teacher thing, but I am not a person to wander the school. Okay, if you tell me you need to go to this place and this is how you get there, I'm not trying to find the cafeteria, the gym. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm trying to go to point A and then leave. Okay, I'm not trying to deal with all y'all. Like, I'm not trying to do it. I was like that, like, even for my own schooling, my mom would be like, oh, do you want to tour the school? No, I will find crap when I get here. Like, I'm good. Thank you so much. So I didn't know where the gym was. So I just like dropped her off at her classroom because I knew where that was. And then I just like followed other parents and then sat in the bleachers, and I was like this. I was like reading. And somebody did ask me, they were like, what are you reading? And it's like I told her what I was reading or whatever. And she asked me about my sweatshirt because it's like my merch, which that was awkward. Because she was like, I really like your sweatshirt. And I was like, thank you. And she was like, where did you get it from? And I'm pretty sure I was like, oh, I made it. And then she kind of like looked at me and then stopped talking. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll just go back to my book. Thank you. I can't do, like, I talk to the parents in the neighborhood. That's about it. Like, I am not, like, I don't know. Like, I'm
no, well, I get it. I used to go to school functions, and I'd be the chick sitting up the back hiding out from the parents, and only a couple of parents that knew me outside of the school would say something to me, say, hey, how you going? But they knew not to sit down and have a conversation with me because social interactions with Nicole, if she's not doing something else, is not happening. So I have to be teaching for me to be social. I have to be sewing or doing this for me to be social. To me, to go out and be social,
forget about it. And that's the thing. People are like, you bring your Kindle everywhere. And I'm like, because I'm not trying to talk.
This is a sign that this person does not want to talk to you. Just because they're holding a book does not mean this is an open invitation to discuss.
I swear to God, bro, I'm like, I can take myself on dates. Like, I can take myself to the coffee shop and just like sit there with my coffee and my book and just don't talk to me. Don't come up to me. Don't ask me what I'm reading. Now, the thing with my Kindle is that people will ask me where my stickers are from.
Yeah.
Because they'll see like all the like gay stickers on my Kindle, and then they want to like have a conversation with me. But usually I'm just like, oh, I got them from this place, and then they go away.
Yeah. Very closed-ended conversations. I'm great at the closed-ended conversation, and I'm great in text. I can talk till the cows home come in text, but just don't have me do it in person.
I don't want. If I have to talk to you face to face, like other than like this, like if you and I were together, it would be fine. Because the thing is like I feel like if we stopped talking, it's because one of us would pick up a book, a diamond painting. I mean, you can talk in diamond paint. You know what I'm saying? Like we would be picking up something else to do, and then the other one would be like, "All right, cool, like whatever." If I don't know you, bro, I'm not trying to have a conversation with you because that means that if it gets awkward, which inevitably it always does, then I'm just sitting here like this.
The awkward silences, they're tops, aren't they?
Because then I'm like, am I allowed to pick my phone up? Is it rude to pick my Kindle? You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't just sit here and stare at you. It's weird.
It is weird. It's a little weird.
That's why I need to just live like not on a compound. That's not what I'm trying to think. That's like culty, but like I need like a piece of land that has all my book friends on it.
Yeah,
and then we can choose when
like,
to interact with each other.
Like what do they call it?
Commune. Is that culty?
Yeah, commune. Like it's not a cult, but it's more like a commune because it's a community of people that are like-minded people.
We can each have our own houses, big enough for each of us with our respective children, husbands, whatever the hell. And then we can just have like one big house in the middle that's got like kitchen stuff and, a big library,
Sounds like utopia.
In the library, like we can each have our own. I don't know how big this library is, but the library would have to be humongous. It'd probably be the whole house, honestly. Just so everybody could have their own shelves. You know what I'm saying? Exchange books, and that's what I need. That's the kind of interaction I want. Because then if we're like, hey, I'm gonna go back to my house and goodbye, it's not rude. We're just
not rude because everybody wants to do the same thing. Because everybody and if you're walking through the center of the houses and all the rest of it, and you got your nose in a book, no one's gonna get offended because they all do the same thing.
Right? They're just gonna be like, hey. As they see you walk by, that's it. See,
that's it. That's why Alyssa's was saying that it sucked because couldn't finish the book, maxed out. That does suck. That is sucky. I was listening to Speaking Bones too, and I had 24 hours ago. What a scam! I agree. It's very scamish. It's very money grubbery.
So they must count it based off of how long the audiobook is, because Elise, I'm pretty sure listens it faster. I don't think any. I mean. I only know maybe like 4 people in my life that listen to books at 1 time speed. And one of them I live with currently, and I can't listen to books with her because
I can't listen to
the fastest she listens is at 1.2, and I'm like, it makes my eye twitch,
Yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep. If you want to hear snoring as an ambiance in the background, by all means, put it on.
Well, and then she tells me, she's like, the speed you listen to audiobooks gives me anxiety. And I'm like, oh, it's calm mind.
I can see that. I can see that.
I mean, especially because I do have to slow it down if I'm listening to it like out loud or like through a speaker, as opposed
if I'm listening
to,
in the car, it's considerably slower. Yeah.
Yeah. But in my headphones, dude, I'm listening at 2 times speed or faster. Like I'm not. Yeah.
I don't go much well, the last wheel of time I was up to 225, but that's probably the fastest that I've gone. Because I'm usually doing other stuff, so I need to have it that little bit slower, and all that sort of stuff. And Deb, and yes, Deb, I'm pretty laid back, and yes, I swear like a slayer. We've met good pair then, Chrissy, for sure. Like I'm sure that I've been out in public and been swearing like nothing else with my friends, and people just walk past and give us the side eye, for sure. Libby came through on the book I was reading and finished it in the next sprint. Awesome, that is excellent. I get that some people don't like profanity, but if you're 20 and you've heard these words, many times for no reason to be offended, they're just curse words. Yeah, but older people tend to get a little bit more affronted by it. And I, the way I was raised, that you don't swear in front of your elders. You pay them respect, even if they are assholes. And you want to call them that. But yeah, it's just something that was ingrained into me. Like, I don't really care. I just don't like being called bro or bruh on that. But by my grandchild. I don't care if anybody else does, but just not by my grandchild on that. No, we're not doing that. Doesn't YouTube have a rule that you can only cuss 10 minutes into a video? You cannot have a swear word in the title. You cannot swear in the first 30 seconds
of a live stream, right?
Of any video.
Or any video. Yeah. There is like a little bit of a time frame as to where you can't.
I don't think it's 10 minutes though, but most people play it safe.
Yeah, most people
my husband, he had a video that he, in the I think it was in the first minute or 2 minutes, he said that someone asked how he was going. He said, "I'm kicking ass." And that's a saying for doing really good here.
Yeah.
It's not that you're kicking someone's ass. you kick. So when someone, say I walk up to you in the street and like you walk up to me in the street and you go, "Hey, you going?" "Oh, I'm doing tops and I'm kicking ass." All right. Yeah. It's all positive. I'm doing tops because it's great. Okay. And I'm kicking ass. I'm making goals. I'm striving. I'm making goals and headway in life. Right. So that's how that conversation play out. I'm tops and I'm kicking ass. Right. Nothing negative about that if you live here in Australia. Everywhere else in the world, however, it is perceived as a violent act. So that's why he got a red flag on his. So yeah. But I'm not sure of the time frame on that. I know it's in the first. I would go as far as to say the first 5 minutes. I know it's definitely in the first 30 seconds. I stand corrected on the 15 hours. It literally told me I maxed out at 10. Oh, so I didn't know. There you go. Well, there we go. We've learned something, but it's still ridiculous. I agree with that. The memberships are already going up, and I can't justify it. Yeah, like there's, at the end of the day, if your budget can't stretch to do it, then you should be using your library and using their facilities. Because if we don't use their facilities, those facilities will eventually go away and then we'll all be screwed. So basically, like if you can't afford it or you're balking at it, you might just have to wait. It just means that you won't be able to keep up with the Joneses and all the new releases. You might have to wait. And there are ways around it as well. So, but we won't discuss them here. There are ways around things. What is going on? Okay, I cannot read anything. I have to read it off the screen. I taught my brother when he was like 2 to cuss, and because he would yell at my sister for making him mad, so I would yell, "Ava, stop pissing him off," and he would repeat it to my mum. That's funny. Accidentally took a nap from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Missed Neva coming online. How was the concert? Jean was asking. Yeah, Jean was asking.
Was good. She they like did like a dance. I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it up on. I may put the link up on the membership, but like there was no way to film only Ari.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't put it public because it's got other kids in it.
It's like her whole class. And even if it wasn't her whole class, well, it's actually her and another class. Her class.
And you might, even though it's on your membership, because of the music in it, you might get a strike. And even if it's unlisted, you might get a copyright strike. So you've got to be careful what you do.
Yeah, So like for instance, okay, so like I didn't get I technically got it's not a strike. It's like it's different. It's like claim.
It's a claim
on the two whipping cover videos that I uploaded. If you didn't go watch those, you're welcome. On those, I got a claim, but they like send you an email that basically says like you just can't monetize these videos. Or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I knew doing that I wasn't gonna be able to monetize
Yeah.
those, so like I wasn't mad about it. But yeah, it went fine. They all like danced and stuff. Yeah, it was cute.
Lexi was saying that her library charges for replacement cards, except in my case where the card was so old I couldn't scan it in the new system. Well, see, I lost my library card, and because they had changed the system to include Borrow Box here, they just gave me one. They just set it up as a new card, and I didn't have to pay, so that was pretty good. Snazzy Moose is probably already gone. I pay $50 for one of my cards.
I think
Wow.
she has like it's like an out of state card.
Oh, okay.
It's like one where you like pay like that's how much like the membership fee is.
Yep.
Never.
Hello, Shayna. Thanks for joining. And then Chrissy M was asking where my Discord server link was, and then I replied to that. And then Courtney said, sorry, I had to step away and call Mum. Mum is important. Hey, popping back in. How's the reading going, Nicole? I'm excited to get back to Randland. Any idea where we're going yet? I answered this in the comments, and Coda was sounds perfect, which we're going to. We decided. I said we'll go to chapter 10 because I looked at the amount of chapters, and I reckon we can get this book 12 finished by the end of the year, if not, and start the next one. So we've only got 3 books left, and it's really starting to pick up pace on the Wheel of Time. So I'm thinking that will work. I have not listened to any today, but in saying that, I'll be firing it up in the next sprint and listening to it because Mia's doing other stuff. You go, Mima, I'm fine. And she's definitely in Bookland. She's definitely going to be a booktuber. The girl has already got 2 books on the go. We have Beswitched and Rainbow Grey, book 1.
I was like, Ari, she's gonna be some kind of vlogger or something because she'll like take my like I have like a short it was like the first like tripod I ever bought because it was like a phone vlogging kit that I bought like at the beginning of my channel because I needed something that was cheap. And it's like this tall, but she will like walk around the house with it. There's nothing attached to it. She just walk around the house, talk about like, look at my kitchen, like whatever. And I'm like, what are you doing? She was like, please be quiet. I'm making a video. I'm like, okay, sorry.
Hello, Thag. Thank you for joining. Great to have you here again. Emily Carter also joined. Hello, just learned about diamond painting and my first kit is on its way. For now, I'm reading along with you all until I finish my book. Awesome. What are you reading today? Let us know. Diamond painting takes patience, but it's fun and you get a great picture afterwards. Yes, you do. That is very much true. Cool to my answer. Awesome. Hello, Annalisa. Thank you for joining. Pip has also joined in that sprint as well. Great show. Not too sure what that is about. A fan. Oh, Big Bang. Okay, yeah. I now know what I was talking about. I say so much stuff. Fan of the Big Bang. Also watched it multiple times. Have you seen Young Sheldon? Yes, I started watching that. I think I'm up to season 2, I think. I'm up to. I don't know. I haven't watched it for a while because I haven't watched that before, so I don't want to have it on. Like I can have Mia here and she can talk through Big Bang and it doesn't matter. But she's been sitting there. She's starting to understand some of the jokes now, and she's been in fits of laughter. And the other night we were watching Home Alone, the first one, and she was rolling around laughing at the bad guys in it and all the rest of it. So we've been having a lot of fun watching some TV, which is unusual for me because I don't generally do that, maybe an hour a day. Finished Family Law and read a couple of chapters of Speaking Bones by Ken Liu. Awesome. That show's also very cute. Yeah, I thought it was very cute too. I didn't read, took a shower, filmed a vlog clip. Awesome. 15 hours ain't gonna cover Nicole and my books. That's exactly right. Like, it's not even gonna come close to our books. I think 2 of the books in the Wheel of Time series are like 45 hours.
I just feel like if you're reading anything that's fantasy, like 15 hours is not going to be it.
Yeah, like maybe for contemporary romances, like 300 pages is like 11 hours. You're going to get one of those, but that's it. But if that's only one a month. And what's the Spotify Premium worth? Like it's about the same as Audible, isn't it?
I mean, you might as well just pay for Spotify for the music, in my opinion. Like if you're gonna, I mean, like my sister and I share a Spotify Premium, so we started sharing a Spotify Premium because it was easy for us to make playlists together that way. And Spotify will actually take songs and combine and like songs that both of us listen to and combine them. It calls it like a duo playlist, so it combines them all together into one playlist. So if I want to listen to something that my sister is like, oh yeah, she'll be like, it's on the duo playlist, and then we can like listen to like a mix of each other's music without having to like, because she listens to a lot of like K-pop and stuff. I don't know what the hell I'm looking for, but like I'll listen like Blackpink. I didn't know nothing about Blackpink until I started sharing a Spotify with my sister. And then I was like, oh, this is really cool. It was like, yeah, it's K-pop, which I mean, she's like 19, so I'm not very cool to her. You know what I mean? But you might as well, I don't know. I feel like Audible is probably the best bang for.
Well, I know, like last month I paid the membership, the premium membership, and I use that credit for the Wheel of Time because you get a credit as well. You pay it, you get a credit. So I use that for the Wheel of Time, and then I read all the books for the Chaos mid-month Chaos.
Well, and also with Audible, any books that you purchase. So even if I have books from 15 years ago, like when I first started using Audible, because once you pay for the book, it's yours to keep.
Yeah, even if you use a credit.
Yeah. So the only way that doesn't work is like, okay, so technically me and Mariah, our Audible accounts are combined. So like we each have separate Audible accounts, but we family share our Audible and our Kindle. So if at some point she decided that I don't think she will because we listen to each other's books all the time, but if at some point we decided like we're not going to share anymore, then I would like lose, I think, a couple of the ACOTAR books, but like I could replace those. Like it's not like a huge deal. Yeah. But then also with premium, you get all of those free, listens as well. And even if you cancel your Audible premium subscription, you still have any books that were purchased on your account. So
because it's through your Amazon account, it's not actually through Audible; it's through your Amazon account.
Right. So even if I've bought 4 or 5 books, I haven't listened to them yet. Like I still can go back and re-listen even if I don't have the account. I don't think you can do that with Spotify. Like I feel like once you cancel the premium, you don't have access to their library anymore.
Yeah.
There is a playlist for tomorrow, but once I get everybody's thingies, including my own, because have I scheduled my own? No.
And mind you, I'm on for 8 hours tomorrow. I should probably get my finger out.
The playlist will go live tomorrow, probably around 8 a.m. Eastern. So about the time that I get Ari on the bus and go to like lay down for a couple hours, then it will go live. So as of right now, the people that we have on these fronts, it is me for the first 4 hours. Then Leandra. So it's me from noon to 4. These are all Eastern Standard Time. Noon to 4 p.m. Leandra from 4 to 8 p.m. Brianna from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And then Nicole is the real MVP of December 24-hour sprint.
But it's daytime for me. It's 12 a.m. to bloody 8 a.m. or something.
12 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So she's going.
I'm your midnight DJ, bringing you smooth grooves.
But she's doing that because I didn't have anyone for the 4 to 8 a.m. slot this time, and then Margaret will be rounding us out like she has been for the last handful of months from 8 to noon. So I will say, and then we have some special guests that will filter in. I know Reni took the day off for tomorrow because she had her Christmas concert tonight. If you don't know, Reni is a music teacher, and she had their Christmas concert, so she took off tomorrow. So she'll be on with me for the first couple hours, which means maybe my first 4 hours will actually be fun and not just me be like, okay, and I have nothing to talk about. New sprint. Although the first 4 hours is usually very productive because I'm not awake. Yeah, but not Bree. Aoife, I think, will be popping in at some point. Reni will be popping in at some point. Crystal maybe popping in at some point. I feel like I'm missing someone.
Brooklyn
will be popping in at some point, but we will be missing Brittany and Kelsey this time around. Kelsey had something she was doing, and Brittany is also busy. She'll be in the comments, but yeah. But then in January, which I will put up an announcement probably sometime like around Christmas time ish. In January, we will be having a revamp, so it will still be one 24-hour sprint a month over a Friday and Saturday. However, they will be starting later in the day. When I say later in the day, I mean like probably like 4 p.m. Eastern. That way, more people.
Because Neva's awake a little bit more. Then she's a little bit more coherent.
I'm more awake, first of all, and also
construction sentences.
And also, I have heard people saying that it's very hard for them to participate for the first like 8 hours because people are at work or whatever. So if I start them at 4 p.m., that means they go from 4 to 8 for the first 4 hours. And then people are, coming home, eating dinner, doing all of that stuff. So theoretically, more people may be able to join for the first couple of hours.
Yeah. So. And basically, we're talking about people in the comments because the booktubers already know what they're doing and what they can do and all that sort of stuff.
And we'll have some fresh blood in the water for 2024. We got some new people that will be coming in. So
cool.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
I have Spotify Music always. Anyway, so I basically get a free audio book every month. That's all awesome. Audio book speeds are slow initially, most of the time. Totally okay if you don't post the video. Yeah,
I mean, I am sending it to. It is going to be an unlisted video regardless because I have to send it to like my dad.
Yeah.
And I also have to send it to Ari's dad. Anyway, because he asked for it to be filmed, so I filmed it and told him that I would send it to him.
Yeah, and it's easier just to put it up on.
And I don't want to put I thought about putting it up like on my Facebook page because my Facebook is pretty low down. But because it has other people's children in it, it makes me a little uncomfortable to put other people's children. And there's really no way for me to there was no way for me to zoom in only on Ari, especially because they do like a line dance in one spot. So they're like do-si-doing, like literally do-si-doing. I don't know.
It was spin your partner round and round.
Also,
it just went through my head.
I love children, but first graders are not very good singers. Thank God, their music teacher had the wherewithal to put. I feel like more music teachers do this in elementary school, but she used a track that had singing in it, so you could hear them, but you could also hear the track.
Yeah, make it a little bit more palatable.
To read.
So Courtney's got a couple of the copyright claims on the sprints recently. It's from the timers that you're using. They basically sucked everybody in to use those timers with music and stuff in the background, and now they're basically claiming everybody that's monetized. So
yeah, that's why people like Margaret from the Word Nerd. She said that you can use her timers.
Yeah, and you've got my timers as well. That I'm not going to. And the only way that you can get a copyright claim is if I be an ass and go right.
Yeah, and I know that Margaret will copyright claim people if they don't tag her in the thing. But I mean, that's 2 seconds to say timer from.
Yeah.
at the word nerd. Like it's
Yeah.
But I also don't think that she would necessarily go through and like hunt you down for them either. I think it's more of like if she catches like a one person, like one channel consistently using her timers without giving her any credit at all.
Yeah.
Because I have had instances where I've used her timers and forgot to put her in the description. But I also will say in the in the audio, like if she goes, because I know she said to me before like that she's never copyright claimed me because I will say out loud in the first couple of minutes like, yeah, today we're using a timer from Margaret from the word nerd, whatever. And to her that's good enough.
Yeah. No,
She
that's
just
fair
wants
enough.
some like credit, you know what I'm saying? Which like
that's fair enough. Like she's gone to the effort of making it and all the rest of it. Like it, and not everybody does give credit, and like, yeah, I get why I would probably do the same thing, but for the most part, like, use them. They're there. Just beware that some of them have a cackling witch on it. Will scare the bejesus out of your audience if you're going for that.
I love it. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I used the sucker the whole month of October. Whenever I had those late night sprints, dude, I scared so many people. Hey,
it's October. It's spooky month. We're supposed to be scaring the bejesus out of each other.
There is a cackling witch at the end of this, and then inevitably we would come back at like 2:30 in the morning, and people would be like, "Oh my god, I just joined and that scared me," and I'm like, "Sorry,
not sorry."
But also, like, it's Halloween, so like I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, as the ship of is officially a new addiction. Awesome. I've not heard of this. Not at all. I think it's the sprint music part that YouTube needs to get it together. I actually got a claim on a video from last Advent last year, just recently, because even though I had got it through my editing software, or I may have even got it off YouTube, the content creator decided to take that out of their free music. So then I got a claim for it. So it was only a claim. So I just replaced it with some music. And you can do that in back of house.
Yes, you can. Yeah, because it even says to me, like, hey, you can't, like, basically they said that, like, I can't do this with whipping covers, but, like, they were like, you can put your own, like, copyright music or copyright free music over it. And I was like, it's fine. Like, I know that uploading music videos like that, singing videos to YouTube, I'm gonna get copyright stricken, because like even people that play their own instruments, like don't use backing tracks but like play guitar or whatever, they will also get copyright claims. You can't usually you can't monetize music cover videos on YouTube. You can if it's like your own original music, like you can do that and you can monetize that. Because they can't.
You just can't do covers because you don't own the licensing to that song. That's simple. Yeah,
but
it's really not hard.
But I know that like I can't. I mean, I'm not monetized. Well, I'm partially monetized, but I'm not monetized ad wise anyway. But obviously, like I wouldn't expect to be monetized on those videos. Now, I mean, if they overhear like copyright claiming my whipping chats, we're gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding, you two. We're not gonna fight. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, we are. It's a smackdown with YouTube. Oh, do me royalty free. But I think I've been using my own timers and still getting dinged by YouTube. Yeah, if you're putting music on them, you will get dinged by YouTube. I have found that, especially if you use, what's that one where everybody uses it to get music from? It's a website you go to. Epic Sound, I think it's called. Yeah. A lot of people get whacked big time with YouTube and Epic Sound. So the best thing to do is use stuff out of YouTube and just put and to cover your ass. This is what I'm doing from now on. If I use it from the YouTube audio library, I still put the who the artist is and everything by the music, even if it says I don't have to. I still put it in there, and then that way, if they decide later on down the track that they're not going to make that available for free, royalty free anymore, then I'm not going to get whacked because they've got that you've got the thing down the bottom, because it's YouTube, when you put something and you don't give, what is it, attribution to the creator, then you'll get a claim that way. So you've got to put the claim. And then if it still is a claim after that, then I'll just remove that music and put something else in place of it. Because back of house is pretty good. Like, it's pretty accurate where you can cut. It actually tells you the amount of time that you need to replace. Because I've had to do that on a couple of videos. Christmas is the cackling witch. I do too. We might give her a spin near the new year, I think. I totally used Nicole's spooky timers all of October. They were warned after the first time I used it, and I'm not warning you all again. That's sort of how I got.
It's like the cat timer, bro. Like, I don't warn people about the cat timer anymore, because like I have used that cat timer on and off enough. Y'all should know what it sounds like at the end.
Yeah.
And if you're new here, and I can always tell the new people, right? They have never heard the cat timer before, because they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I thought there was a cat in my house." I'm like, "No, it's just a timer. It's fine."
It scares me, like, because I don't have it out in when it's in my ear, I'll be fully engrossed, and it scares me. So, yeah. Thank you, Jean. Yeah, this is one of the ones that Mia helped me pick out this year, and along with the llama one. So yeah, I've got about 6 shirts now. So yeah, she's been curating my wardrobe for the last few days and whatnot for Advent. And I use software editing that is supposed to be royalty free. Yeah. I have had a couple of those. I don't know what software you use, but I use Filmora, and I actually pay a $30 subscription each month to get extra music other than their free music, because it goes in and out all the time, and then it just covers me, and then I don't have to worry about it. But anyway, we have got to the end of the comments. We're going to go for an hour sprint to make up for the long chatty time. And yeah, and I've got to do a few things. So yeah. All right, let me get the timer going again. And we will see you in an hour. Happy reading and crafting, everyone. You look shocked.
The secondhand embarrassment I have for this man on 90 Day Fiance. Listen.
Your face said it all.
So it's a Korean man
Mm-hmm.
dating an American woman from Arkansas. Okay? So from like the South, right? So oh gosh. So they're back in America at her parents' house because she lives with her parents, which fine. Well, she's like 23, so like keep that in mind. He's 31, she's 23, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they're having like a fish fry, you know, like a fish fry. Okay.
Yep.
So they're making fried catfish and fries or like chips, whatever, right? So
Yep.
he also lived part of his life in Australia, so he was like, oh, so we're having fish and chips, which essentially, yeah, that's what you're having. Okay.
Yep.
So they have like family friends over that are like the parents' friends, and the woman asks what Koreans think about Americans. I feel like this is what most of the world thinks about Americans, but he says greasy food and like fat people, essentially. Okay. Now I'm not gonna lie to you, like most of the people that are in this specific scene right now would be considered fat, like, or overweight, right? I don't really like the word fat, but whatever. So she was like, oh my, like she's like clutching her pearls, right?
I love those pearl clutches.
We're talking about in Devin, which is the girl, the woman that is, so it's Devin and the man's name is Nick. And Devin is like, oh well, it's like cheaper to buy unhealthy food in America than it is to buy healthy food, which like, she's not wrong. Okay. And then her dad makes a comment because mind you, he just made this food like from scratch, right? He just like they were outside, they were like fish frying. So her dad makes a comment about how also it can be like a thing of being lazy and like just going through drive-through because it's fast. And then Nick has the audacity, and the man speaks English well enough that he knows what he's saying, bro. He knows.
Yeah.
And he says, he basically calls Devin out and calls her lazy and says that she goes through the drive-through every day for lunch. And her dad, you can tell he's like trying not to laugh. Like you can tell that this is like something that her dad has probably like
pointed out to her.
Bro, you go to the drive-through a lot. And then now, I'm not gonna lie to you, this entire time, because I've seen them in a couple of episodes now, but she went to Korea like to get him and like make sure the visa went through and all that, and now they're back in America. While they were in Korea, he like bought her like a stuffed pig, like a stuffed animal, and he calls her Piggy, but like the way that he says it is like all like it comes off as a term of endearment. And I think she takes it that way until it's like put in the lens of like her family because her dad is offended. Like her dad is like, I don't really, he was like, the fact that he calls her Piggy, like, he probably shouldn't do that. Like, I just feel like he shouldn't do that. Because like but he makes a comment after he calls her out for like going through drive-through every day. Not saying that that's healthy. Okay. It's made me put on some pounds. It's fine. He says, no wonder you're such a piggy. Like that's what he says, like in front of the family.
But that's almost like the like that's a bit rich because Koreans are also known to be on the larger side as well.
Well, and he's not
because they eat a lot of.
He's what I would call like thick fit, right? Like he clearly like probably he like cares like about his physique, but he's not like a skinny person. You feel what I'm saying?
See,
like
out of all the Asian countries, like Japanese thin, Chinese thin, Koreans are always a little bit on the thicker side of life.
Yeah. like his mom was like his parents were pretty thin, but I kind of chalked it up to like their age.
Yeah.
He is not thin. Like he's not like fat. Like he's not, you know what I'm saying? Like he's not
solid. Like I find Koreans to be solid.
He's very
looking.
solid, bro. Like he's not a small person. Now I believe him that he probably eats healthier in Korea because they're eating like dim sum, right? They're eating like rice and vegetables and meat
there's
not
a lot of
battered and
vegetables.
fried.
But there's
like,
still a lot of fatty food in Korean food.
Yeah, but like, sir, you, my man, have not missed a meal. You feel what I'm saying? Like you do not know hunger, my guy. Like you've clearly been eating some food. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I will say that like Devin is not. She's not like obese. Like she's a thicker girl. Like she's a bigger girl.
Yeah.
But like her family, like her parents, and then these like family friends, like the family friends are definitely. They would probably definitely be considered obese, especially the man, like the family friend, like the husband family friend. Okay, great. Like I see that, but like she's not like a big, like I feel like she's like an average size person. You know what I mean?
Without seeing it, I can't say one way or another. I can only take your word
like
for it.
I feel like she's a pretty, just like an average size. Like she's not like a huge person, but she's not like super thin either.
I'm telling you now, if my partner bought me a pig and called me Piggy as a nickname, that pig would be going where the sun does not shine.
First of all, the first time you call me Piggy, I'm gonna be like, listen, bro, you got two choices. You can either never call me that again, or we can just be done.
Yeah.
It's really up to you.
I would actually probably get up to the door and open the door and go, feel free.
Yeah, like it's really up to you how this pans out.
Yep.
But I'm gonna need you to not do that.
Yeah, off your.
But I mean, you can tell, like when they were in Korea, like you could tell that she was taking it as like a term of endearment. So I didn't think a lot of it until he made this.
The look on your face when we came back was priceless. Like you were in shock.
Because I'm like, because he's like laughing and everyone else is like looking at him, and the family friend, the lady, she was like, "Are you serious right now?"
Way to go to meet the partner's family and insult them all. Good job.
Like the literal, like the embarrassment that I have for this man right now. Like all I felt was secondhand embarrassment. I was like, what is happening?
Oh my god, this show is such a train. I'm spewing. Like I'm almost considering getting rid of Netflix so I can get binge, because that's where it's at here in Australia.
This show is a train wreck. Like it's truly, like even if you just do it for like a month, you know what I'm saying? You could get.
I'll see if they've got a special, sign up for a month and just binge watch. Just so everybody that watches my craft channel that are now over here on the book channel, there'll be no content for a month if I'm watching, because I suppose I could cross stitch while I'm watching it. I won't be diamond painting though.
This is quite literally a train wreck. Like
oh, that's hilarious.
Sir. No. I couldn't help it. Like I just felt secondhand embarrassment for this guy. Like I was just like, because I really think that he's like saying it like as a he, like a kiki, like a joke.
He thinks he's funny when really he's not. He's being inside.
Like you think you're funny and no one else in this room. Like read a room. Well, read the outside because they're outside. But like
name your audience.
I need you to like read what's happening in this room right now, because none of these people think it's funny. Now, I mean, like, and here's the thing: I come from a family on both sides where they do have really not very like politically correct nicknames for people. Okay, we're not even gonna say like what people used to call me because it would actually offend people. Like as an adult, like I've had to have talks with people in my family and be like, you cannot call me this because it's actually offensive. Like I know that when they were doing it, they did not mean it in an offensive way. Okay. But like y'all are white people and that's very offensive. You cannot do that. You can't do it.
Fucking
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
It's not the N word, just so everyone knows.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
never
I figured that it wasn't that because he would have been a bit more irate about it, but yeah.
But just know that there's a nickname they circulated as my nickname for quite some years that when I was like 22, I was kind of like, listen, y'all, love
This is
y'all
not-
so much, but no, that's not a thing that we're doing. My dad calls my stepmom Pooh Bear because that's her favorite Disney character. It really, I mean, she is like an obese person, but it's really not that. Like, she has a Winnie the Pooh tattoo. Like, the only tattoo she has is Winnie the Pooh tattoo, and that's like been a thing that he calls her because of her obsession with Winnie the Pooh. You know what I'm saying?
I'd take Pooh Bear over Booberella. That's what my husband calls me.
Wow. I mean, a lot of people in my family, they've migrated back to calling me like Nevy is like a family nickname.
Yeah.
Which is like fine, like it's what it is. My uncle calls me Smurfette because when I was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around my throat, so like I was blue when I came out, so he calls me Smurfette. It's not cute. Like, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That same uncle calls me Squirt because I was the grunt of the litter. Like that, I'm the oldest of my siblings, but I was the smallest one at birth, so he calls me Squirt. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But like, I'll just tell you what the name is. Okay, I'll just say it one time. I definitely have an uncle who my whole life called me Aunt Jemima. Which again, when I grew up, I was like, listen, sir, love you so much. Like, my favorite uncle.
But this is not acceptable anymore.
We hung out a lot. I still, like, when I go home, like, we hang out, we ride motorcycles, like, we do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that he called me this because I used to wear like 2 like puff balls like on the side of my head. Like, I understand. But that's not a thing that we can do anymore.
We don't do this anymore. No.
No. And I mean, he was like kind of offended by it, like when I called him out for it, and he was like, "I've done it your whole life," you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I understand.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna do that. Okay.
And it would be hard because he has done it all your life or most of his life, and it is hard for some people to relearn, especially when it's a pet name. It's not like, obviously it was a pet name.
He never meant it like offensively. Like, and I know, like, I know that, but like, if another black person heard him call me that, they would be offended. Like, they would be like, "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Because I've had to like defend him before and be like, he really means no harm. He smokes a little too much weed. You know what I'm saying? He means no harm.
He's over here while we're all here. He's over here somewhere.
He's just an old white country man. Like, he just he doesn't know what he's saying. Okay. Yeah. It's fine. But I mean, I will say that like once he got over the offense, you know what I'm saying? Like,
was he offended, or was he angry at himself? Was he affronted that you were confronting him about it, or was he more offended at his own behavior?
I think it was more of like he was upset with himself because no one else had ever called him out on it.
Yeah. And it took you to call him out. Yeah.
Yeah, like my whole life, well, until now, because clearly my metabolism has slowed down. Okay. But until like I would turn like 31, like I had a very quick metabolism. So I've been skinny my whole life. Like, so like when I was doing drugs, I looked like I was a crack addict. Like, to be honest, like the stereotypical, I mean, I wasn't doing crack, but that's what I looked like. You know what I'm saying? Because I couldn't keep weight on. Like, there was nothing I could do. Like, I did like the protein shakes. I went to the doctor. The doctor was like, "There's nothing wrong with you. Like, you just don't keep on weight." And so this is like the same uncle that would make comments to me about like, go eat a sandwich, go eat a burger, but then turn around and like make comments to another family member who's no longer a family member because her mother was married to my opa. They got divorced, and then she decided to just excommunicate herself from the family. Good riddance.
That happens. Yeah.
But he would make comments to her about like, oh, we could stand to miss a meal, like shit like that. Like, I don't really think that he meant it because, like, he is an obese man. So, like, I don't think that he ever meant these things, like, in like a rude way. Like, I truly don't believe that he meant it that way because, like, I've been close to this uncle my entire life. And so I feel like because when he gets called out on things, because now that I'm old and 32, I be calling people.
Oh, you're so old, Neva. So
because
old.
my thing is, I don't want people to say stuff like that to Ari. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah.
So
because she
I will be
shouldn't
the
have
first
to
one.
accept that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be the first one to be like, listen, I understand that like this was a thing that we did,
Yeah. But
but you
it's not
can't do it
acceptable.
anymore. And
Yeah.
he makes like an effort to not say things like
Oh, that's good. So he's
I called
open-minded about it.
on the nickname, you know, he was like upset. Like I could tell that he was upset. But then he came back a little while later and was like, listen, I apologize if that ever offended you. I didn't mean it this way. And I was like, I understand. You didn't mean it that way. We just need to like, you know, work on the thing. And that's fine. Like that's good. That's fine. So like he's working on it. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I grew up with white people who don't believe that they're racist, but they had racist tendencies.
I think a lot of people, there are a lot of people out there that have racist tendencies.
And so a lot of them,
what they've heard.
A lot of them have, like, as I've gotten older, I think have gotten called out on things. And then like George Floyd happened. And I was getting calls from people in my family that that had racist tendencies that were like, wow, I really said XYZ. I'm so sorry.
But at least they apologize. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like,
so that side of my family has had to work on their shit. Okay. My dad, the black side of my family, has also had to work on their shit because they have some not weird, but they have some prejudice. It's not racism, but like they have like prejudice against white people. And then I'm like, but you all are married to white people. I'm confused.
Please explain.
My dad is the biggest culprit of this, dude. He is the biggest perpetrator because he's married. First of all, he has 6 children. All of the children have been mothered by white women.
Okay.
None of us have been mothered by a black woman. Not a one. But you will be the first one to talk crap about white people. White people this, white people that. Sir, you are married to white women. So all of your children
obviously you're digging the white people there. Like,
what is wrong with you? Like, calm down, bro. Calm down. And he'll be like, I'm just saying. And I'll be like, I'm just saying too. Okay. That would be like me going out here trashing white people when all of my children are fathered by white men. I mean, they were all pieces of crap, but it wasn't because they were white.
Yeah, that's not exclusive. That's not exclusive to race like this. Yeah.
The last one wasn't great, and he wasn't white. So, like, clearly it has nothing to do with skin color, okay?
No.
But, like, I'm just like, y'all need to work on yourself. And so then I'm sitting here watching this Korean man calling this white woman piggy, and I'm like...
Oh.
And at first, I really, like, listen, they really brainwashed me at the beginning of this show because I really was like, oh, that's like, she's like okay with it. It's like a term of endearment. He like bought her a pig. Like maybe, I was like, maybe there's some kind of like inside joke that I'm like not privy to because it's his 90-day fiance and I don't know these people's lives. But then like you had the audacity to say it in front of the family.
Yeah, that's ballsy.
And like in front of her dad?
Yeah, that's ballsy. You got to give him credit.
He didn't just say, "Oh, I love you, piggy," or some shit like how you would like a term of endearment. He said, "No wonder you're a piggy going through the drive-thru every day because you're lazy." That's what he said. And then laughed. He said it and then laughed. As everyone's sitting at the table like this. And then one woman
Brave
said,
soul. Brave soul.
Are you serious? That's how she said it. Are you serious? And then Devin just sitting here like this. Like, ma'am, are you gonna say something? Like, are you punch him in the face? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, anything?
Maybe have said like, hey, because he asked her like, where is this stuffed pig I gave you? And she was like, oh, he's still packed in my suitcase. And he was like, let him out, let him breathe, get the piggy. So I was like, there's like an inside joke here that like I don't know about, but like clearly not. You're just, please, I swear to God, if he tries to use like a cultural barrier or like a language barrier, sir, you lived in Australia, you know English, and he speaks very well. Like his English, like I know it's his second language, but like his English is very good. So like you know what you're saying.
Yeah. Anyway, on that note, how did everybody else go during that sprint? We all know how Neva went. It's
better than me.
Wild. Probably. It's just wild. So I don't know if you've seen this or not, and then I realized that I was typing to both channels, so Courtney may think that you've already seen it. Courtney's gone up to bed, but there's a message in Discord.
Yeah, I checked it after I saw the comment come up, and I was like, I didn't type that comment. And then I was like, oh, it does that to me too. Like if I don't specifically like, come down here and click like onto my channel or your channel, it will send it twice to all destinations.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that a bit for you, Neva, just so you know. I am talking for you occasionally. I've also done my 24-hour sprint video is scheduled for you now to add to the playlist.
Oh yes, I saw that as well. I'm going to add you to the playlist. I also have to schedule my stupid thing.
And while you're doing that, I'll go through some of the comments. Annalisa is off to bed. I got 10 pages, but the brain is convinced I read 50. This book is amazing. That's awesome. I wish my brain would think like that. It'd probably get me through a few books a bit quicker. Coda has also gone off to bed, got to chapter 2. We'll be up to chapter 10 by Sunday, Monday. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you for joining, Coda. Appreciate that. I just listened to the foreword of this book, and that Sanderson wrote. It's not actually in my book, so I couldn't read along with it, so I just listened to it. And knowing that Jordan died and what he said in the foreword was quite sweet and a little bit heartfelt and almost made me cry a little bit. Not cry as much, but shed a tear, because, very sad state of affairs when a man has worked on his life's work for such a long time and didn't get to complete it. But apparently, according to that forward, he had pretty much written the last book, and it was always going to be a chunky book, and they made the decision to split it into 3 because it was that big. So the publishers, which is Tor, I think, is the publishers, and his wife decided to split it into 3, and that's why there is 3 books with Sanderson's name on it. So I learned something today, which is great. Deb read up to chapter 4 of The Bedroom Window by K.L. Slater. Hope you're enjoying it. Heading to bed. Anne is heading to bed. I got to work in the morning. It's peak season at work, and I work at UPS. That is just mental to be working at that. I couldn't even imagine Christmas time in the mail delivery section of the world. We are really busy. We'll leave you both on for the watch time. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And don't forget, if you are looking for more sprints tomorrow, Neva is on for 24 hours with a couple of cat naps here and there, and I'll be on from 3 p.m. Australian time, if I've got the times right. So you might want to check that. I don't know. I've got this month.
I do have issues because who was it during Clue? Oh, it was a Crystal during Clue. She had like scheduled some over the top of mine, and then I ended up not doing mine because I had a migraine. But we would have ended up streaming at the same time. So she was like, can I just get on yours? And I was like, well, now I'm not doing them. But like at the time I was like, yeah, you can just get on mine, because she had like scheduled them for like 30 minutes after mine or something. And she was like, I thought that it was a different time, but I guess not. Like, time zones are stupid and hard. Okay.
Because we've all just done a shift in time as well, so we've all just got used to the times, and then you guys have shifted back to regular time. Crystal's shifted an hour forward. I've stayed the same, and I've got all confused with everything. So like, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, because 12 o'clock is 3 p.m. And I went and checked Breeze, and
you have them scheduled. You have them scheduled for 12 a.m. my time, so you have them scheduled correctly.
Okay, cool. That's 3 p.m. my time. Oh, winning. So I will be back tomorrow at this time tomorrow, and I'll be going into midnight. I think it is it? Something like that. 11 o'clock, something like that. It's some ridiculous hour I'm going into.
Yeah,
but that's okay. I'm usually awake anyway. So like I get up early, and I'll probably have a nap before I get on. I've got to go in and out tomorrow. So I've already put the link over for anybody that wants to jump on with me in the chat group. I think I was supposed to put it in the Discord, wasn't
I? No, for December we're still gonna run it in the
Insta.
The Instagram is fine.
Yeah.
But in January we'll start doing it, because like we have like Katie, I know, is gonna join us, because I messaged her and was like, "Hello, friend, do you want to do 24 hours?" And I mean, nobody actually backed out. The thing is this. So like Brittany and Kelsey and Reni were like, we want to stay. And I was like, okay, well, y'all are stuck doing this. Like,
you ain't actually got a choice.
Who you think you are. No. But I like messaged the Bessie's group chat, and I was like, just so you know, I didn't need answers from any of the people. Like the three of you, y'all are stuck. Okay, y'all are here. It was really more for people that have only done it as like a one-off. Like Aoife has only really done it as a one-off. Paige has only really done it as a one-off. So I didn't want them to feel like.
How do you say her name? From Purple,
Aoife.
Pretty Purple. Aoife?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it looks like Aoife.
Yeah. Aoife. All right. I need to write that down. I need to write that shit down somewhere, because like I have been not.
For a long time, what I would do is I had like a sticky note on my computer that had it written out like phonetically. So I had like her name, like how it's actually spelled, and then underneath I wrote F-A.
Yeah.
I remember because I kept wanting to call her.
Sounds like Aoife. Aoife sounds like Aoife. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Aoife, if you're watching, I just need to do that in my own head so I can pronounce your name properly.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but I knew that
I don't mean any offense.
Aoife had really joined 24-hour sprints because of Amazing Readathon, because we did Amazing Readathon 24-hour sprints.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because she was wasn't she?
Yeah. So I had, because she was on my team. She was one of my hosts, like co-hosts. Yeah. It was me, her, and Bethany. Yeah. From Beautifully Bookish Bethany, and which, by the way, like Bethany had no idea who I was, but I don't feel like, before Amazing Readathon, and now we like message back and forth. Okay, it's like we're old friends, but yeah, but because the way that Bree did Amazing Readathon with the hosts was she put one like baby YouTuber or smaller YouTuber, not well known, with like two big YouTubers. So like, I had only met Aoife a couple of times through Michelle's sprints, from Michelle's library, from her sprints, but we hadn't really like interacted with each other like outside of like Instagram. So I was like, this girl does not know who I am. Bethany, I had been following her for a long time, but I knew she didn't know who the hell I was. And then with Bethany came like Izzy and I can't remember her name right now, but there was another girl that came with. Like, they're all like a little group, and I had been watching them with like Tamika for like forever, but like, did they know who I was? No. Had I been watching them and lurking on their channel since 2020?
Bit of a stalker.
Yeah, but they had no idea who the hell I was. And then I was like, oh, this is so fun, new friends, whatever. But like, I didn't want Aoife to feel like she had to do 24-hour sprints, because I had opened it up to all of the hosts for Amazing Readathon. And I had basically said, like, you don't have to host, but if you want to, like, these are the links if you want to jump in during ones.
Well, yeah, because Brittany and I had spoken in July, about me being on her channel, and we had to divert it to September because Bree said it was only for co-hosts for the sprints for the month.
Yeah, because she had so many.
Yeah.
Is why. I think is why she didn't want us, because we asked her, like, we were like, are we able to have people that are not Amazing Readathon co-hosts? And she had said no, because there were 15 co-hosts.
Yeah.
And
There
so
was a lot.
She was like, there should be plenty of co-hosts that somebody can be on, like, at all times.
And that's a fair call. Like, if you're doing a readathon, I think that's a fair call.
That many co-hosts, I think it also became a thing of, like, if we had, if Brittany had you on when you weren't a co-host, then other co-hosts might feel like they couldn't be on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she kind of been like, just leave it to Amazing Readathon co-hosts.
Yeah, no, I thought it was, because I think we were I can't remember how the conversation went, but it came up. I said, "Are you positive that I can be on?" That because I think then the announcement came out, and that's when the conversation went from there. So she ended up asking, then she came back and said, "Oh, can we push it to September?" I'm like, "Yeah, cool, no worries," because I was just working out my diary and stuff like that. And yeah, like, I think it's a smart move to do it that way.
Yeah, because that's why I had asked Reni, like, before we did 24-hour sprints, because I had Tina that wanted to do them for last month, and I was like, okay, but do you want me to leave this to only the co-hosts of Clue? And she had said no, because she was like, it's your thing, like, you can do what you want. But for 24-hour sprints, it was pretty much only co-hosts of Clue. It was co-hosts or mods of Clue, and that was it. And I had told people, like, I had opened it up and said, listen, Bree's okay with people jumping in and out that are not Clue co-hosts, but I don't think I had anybody that wasn't a Clue co-host in the month of August. I think everybody was. So I was like, okay, whatever. I don't care.
I had a friend whose boyfriend called her Pooh because she read Winnie the Pooh as a child. It just didn't sound right. Like, I'm here with Pooh. When you put it like that, yeah, no, that's not great.
Yeah, no. Absolutely.
Oh my dear, yes, please call out us American white people. This white lady is listening. It's okay.
Just don't call black people Aunt Jemima. That's all I'm saying. That's yeah. I actually had to almost fight somebody that Ari and I used to live with, because I wrap my hair a lot. Not really like where anyone can see it, but like I have pictures of like my hair wrapped like in like a head wrap. And so Ari, you know, she has to do everything that I do. So she was like, can you wrap my hair? You know what I mean? So like I would wrap her hair. Like I bought like children's, like the ones that like just pull over the top. And someone that we lived with in Florida made a comment about how she looked like a mammy. Bro, I almost fought an old white man, because like he knew what he was saying. Like this dude knew what he was saying, and I was like, I will be damned. I was like, I will be damned. I was like, if you ever speak like that about my child to my child, I swear to God, I will pack up and leave. And he was like, whoa, and I was like, no, bro, absolutely not.
That's just fucked up. I'm sorry, but that is just fucked up.
I mean, Ari was like 3, so like she had no idea what he was.
She wouldn't have understood, but it doesn't matter. It's the connotation behind the comment that is just fucked up.
I was like, what is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah.
Like, and his wife was like, you really shouldn't have said that. Like, that's all she said. And I was like, what is even going through your brain?
Some people just have no filter and they just
like,
don't
you think before you open your mouth. Clearly not.
Yeah.
I did not. I don't even know do you know who the Goodreads winners are? I didn't even look. I'm not gonna lie.
That was one thing I had to look at in the later part of November and early December. And did I have the bandwidth to do that? No. I didn't even. I went in and I had a look. I think I cast a vote for a couple of books that I read, but that was like Really,
So
it's just a popularity contest. It's not.
yeah,
It's not like. I think Icebreaker's on the list, and that's a shit book. Sorry for anybody who likes it.
I don't know that book. I mean, Pucking Around was on the list, and
Mm.
I don't know. Apparently, I'm the only person that liked this book
I
because
haven't read it, so I can't cast judgment just yet.
Jean might have liked it. I don't know, but like Katie
Mm.
didn't like it. She was like,
Mm.
"Please get this book over with." Brooklyn said she hated it, so I'm just sitting here like maybe I think what I liked about it was a polyamorous rep because
Yeah,
I mean clearly
yeah,
certain people don't know how to do polyamory the correct way, but I mean they did it the correct way in the book.
yeah. Now, if that isn't a side eye comment, jeez.
But they did it correctly in the book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There was no
Yeah.
third act breakup. Like that was the
Yeah.
other thing is that there was no third act breakup. Like there was a conflict kind of, because like our main female character kind of has like she kind of has like a crisis where she's like, why would you want to be with me? Like to all the dudes, which I mean that's fair. But like there's no like break up style. But I mean, Pucking Around didn't win, so like I don't use Goodreads, so I don't care about the Goodreads.
Yeah.
Winners,
I sometimes go and have a look at what books are in genres that I don't read, like science fiction. I'll go and have a look in there, and I'll go and have a look at the non-fiction. That's about it. Other than that, I don't give a flying backside about.
I did go look at the horror because I wanted to know if How to Sell a Haunted House was a nominee, which it was. I gave that book a big fat 5 stars.
Is that's Grady Hendrix, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I always get him and
Riley Sager mixed up.
Riley Sager, like because
they like write very similar. Yes. Like I haven't read anything from Riley Sager. I have read Grady Hendrix, but from what people have said, they sound very similar in their style.
So I've read both. They're both like top 5 horror thriller writers for me. And they're literally interchangeable in my mind.
Yeah. And that's what I've heard from a lot of people that have read both authors, that they write very similar. Yeah. So we obviously don't rate the Goodreads awards very
I mean,
well.
I'll like look and I'll see like who won. I don't know that I'll necessarily. I don't want to say that I won't care. I'll only care about if they're books that I enjoyed reading. If that makes sense, because like I just, like I said, I wanted to see if a couple of the books that I had hoped would win or I had hoped would be nominees. I actually didn't even expect Pucking Around to be a nomination. And then I saw it because I was like, well, let me look through romance. I wanted to see if Happy played it. It did.
Did it win?
I don't know. But listen, I love Emily Henry. Like Emily Henry is my G. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, but that book was not a good that ooh, Lord have mercy. That just it was not good. It was
that has been the general consensus, so I don't know why it would have been nominated.
For me, it was good until the end. Like when you find out about the crap, like her friends, like that's where they lost me. That's where I checked out. That's where I said, you know what? No, because I was vibing. Like I was really vibing with like the rest of the book. You know what I mean? I mean, the relationship wasn't great, but who doesn't love a red flag in a book? You know what I'm saying? I don't like red flags in real life, clearly.
I'll read all the red flags in a book, but
like what the hell? Why is this not letting me connect to my Goodreads? This is
all right, while you're trying through that, Chris is I can't wait to finish this book. It's so depressing. Death, grief, pain, homophobia, etc. You have not had a good run with books, Chris. You should get someone else to pick your books for a little while, but then there is a lot of this stuff in them.
Here's the thing. I like to pick people's books because sometimes they actually get like good books from me. Ooh, flower crazy stock. Too bad I don't have any money.
Imelda MZ says, I'm Mexican and my nickname in English is Fatty. But it does not come from an endearment.
In my opinion. It has been changing for newer generations though. Wow.
That is so wrong on so many levels. So many levels. That is, yeah. And I don't know how to say this name. Tiger's Blood, be winning. By winning.
Like maybe bisexual representation.
Oh, okay, yep. Okay, no worries. I'm old, so I don't know all the new lingo that you keep changing everything. Like, when I was growing up, certain words that you all say now, they weren't appropriate. People would get offended by them. Now they're okay. And it's like, I'm confused. I even go sometimes to my kids and go, all right, explain to me why now it's okay. Like, when I was younger, we weren't allowed to say queer to anybody from the LGBT community, right? So now people say, oh, it's got queer rep and all this sort of stuff, and I'm like, I was sitting there like when I was listening to booktube and whatnot, and I'm like, I thought we weren't allowed to say that. I'm confused. So I went to my kids and I'm like, okay, you're young, obviously, please tell me why it's okay now. They actually couldn't answer me, but anyway.
As a queer person, you're welcome. Here's what I have gathered with the whole whether saying the word queer is okay or not. It seems like if a person identifies themselves as queer, like for me, I identify myself as queer because like polyamorous, what am I trying to say? Polyamorous, pansexual, like all the things. Like it's just too much to fucking explain. So like I see myself as queer, but it seems like if I tell you like, well, I identify as queer, then it's okay for you to then refer to me as queer. But it's not okay for you to just refer to a random person as queer. Random LGBTQ person as queer.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
So easier just to keep your mouth shut, and then that way you don't offend anybody.
Yeah.
Like,
just if you're confused about someone's pronouns, just say, hey, bud, I'm not trying to be rude. I would just want to know what you prefer for pronouns because it's not clear to me. Then they'll tell you their pronouns.
For someone like myself who's in their 50s, pronouns are relatively a new thing. That people are attaching to themselves. Like,
yeah. Or you're like me who grew up with a ex step-parent who is now or who is trans. I don't want to say is now, but is trans and has bounced between identifying as they, them, and she, her. But I do sometimes still slip into he, him because, well, for 26 years, I knew this person as he, him. So a lot of times I just refer to them as they, them because it's just easier. And then my sister, who is their child, right? Like my mother had my sister with this person, will be like, oh, they identify as she, her now. And I'm like, okay, great. Except that's going to change in 6 months back to they, them. So I'm just going to stick with they, them because that is safe. So
it's safe. You. Yeah. That's fair enough. But at least it is hard. Like that's a relatively new thing to my age group, because of how we grew up and all that sort of stuff. So it's a whole new educational thing for a lot of people. And I don't want to inadvertently offend someone because that is not my intention at all. It's just and it's also not my ignorance either. It's just it's like retraining your brain on that. So
So it looks like Yellowface won for fiction. I'm not surprised by that. I knew so.
No, no.
Wayward won for historical fiction. I'm sorry, it's not funny. Mystery and thriller is the winner was The Housemaid's Secret by Frida McFadden. I only laugh because supposedly this woman like rips off other people's books. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I've heard.
Yeah.
Like The Housemaid, which is the book that comes before The Housemaid's Secret, is apparently like a direct ripoff of The Last Mrs. Parrish or something. I don't know. I've not read either of those books, so I don't know. Romance. I don't even want to say what one. We're gonna just move on. Happy Place won for romance.
What one for? I don't even know what was the
Happy Place won for romance.
Okay, so what I've watched, I haven't read it. It's on my shelf. But after what Leandra has said, Murphy Napier said, you have said, and everybody else has said, this is not a book that should be on the list.
Leandra gave it 1 star. Now I'm sure it's one because it's Emily Henry. Yeah. A lot of people like this book though. And I need to know what the hell you read that you liked. I need to know. Because here's the thing. I was vibing until 75%. At 75%, it went a whole different direction. Her friend turned out to be trash. And I was like, I hate everything about this book. I finished it. I finished the book. But I was like, I hate everything about this book. What is going on? I really was vibing till 75%. And then it got knocked down from a 5-star. It could have been the best romance book of the year for me. But no, it got knocked down to 3 stars. And on second thought, it's probably more like a 2. But I'm not going to give it a 2. Leandra gave that shit a 1.
1. Yeah. And I don't think Murphy Napier gives star ratings, but she was not impressed with it. She was quite ranty about that book and said Friends.
There's a reason I did not make a reaction video. People asked for one because Happy Place was one of my. This is why I don't do 5-star prediction videos, because if I had to pick a 5-star prediction, that was one of them. And I was like, this is fourth wing won for Romantasy. Is anyone surprised?
Not surprised.
No. Hellbent won for fantasy, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
The Lives of Puppets won for science fiction.
That's TJ Klum, is it?
Yeah. Holly by Stephen King won for horror.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say it. I know that we're boycotting them. But Divine Rivals won for YA fantasy. So tell me I have bad taste in books. I'm just kidding. Although here's the thing, you're still not gonna see. Unfortunately, like I still can't do any kind of review on
because they still haven't that's what's it called, Wednesday?
I won't be posting like on Instagram or anything when I read the sequel either. So I mean,
well, I just watched Pretty Purple Polka Dots Get a Clue, and there was a book that she read for that that company that we will not name, and basically she just didn't talk about it. She goes, I read a book, didn't talk about it, moved on.
It probably was that book.
Might have been
because
did she give the name of what it was? No, I don't think she did.
She may not have, but if it was specifically for Get a Clue and she was trying to get extra points, she may have picked it up because it was one of my host favorites. Because I sent Reni my host, because a lot of people kind of came at me about why would you put this book on the host favorites when we're boycotting the company.
That was way before.
Yeah, because I gave Reni my list a whole month before these accusations and not accusations, but the statements ever came out. I said otherwise I would have switched, but by then we were already in the readathon. Like it was too late.
The graphics were up and everything, so it was too late. I
won't put it on any other ones until this is like up.
To be honest, I don't think it's going to blow over because they still haven't come out and
they haven't made any kind of a statement. So we're still going to be sitting here. I mean, we can read the books, just don't. YA fiction, Check and Mate by Ali Hazelwood. Okay.
Well, for anybody that doesn't know by Neva's face, Ali Hazelwood and Neva are not.
The nominees for this was The Brothers Hawthorne, which is the 4th Inheritance Games. 5 Survived. Like 5 Survived was good. Like that couldn't have won. Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. Read that. It was highly suspicious and unfairly cute. Okay, it was a great book. Why didn't that win? Listen, there's just so many better books on this list.
And that's why I do not pay the Goodreads Awards any mind, because every year that I've looked at it, there have been books, in my opinion, that have been so much better than the winners. It's just a popularity contest, and basically, yeah. Like, and I think a lot of people that haven't even read the books actually vote for some of them because they've seen them around a lot.
Well, Wayward also won for debut novel, which this also won for something else. But I feel like I haven't seen anything good about Wayward. Like, Jan was the first person that I know that read it. She didn't like it. And then I saw a bunch of other people read it that also didn't like it. So, like, we couldn't have gotten... I mean, Inkblood's sister Scribe was on here. I've heard nothing but good things about that book. Nonfiction was... The winner was Poverty by America. I have no idea what this is, but I don't really read that much nonfiction, so that's fine. Cool for you, bud. Poverty by America. Okay. Memoir and autobiography, The Woman in Me by Britney Spears. Listen, that's fine. I mean, I had voted actually for Page Boy. And I also voted for The In-Between. Which, if you don't know what that is, The In-Between is written by a hospice nurse. I like follow her on Instagram. She has like a big like Instagram, YouTube, TikTok following. She's wonderful. Truly.
Is that the young girl that talks about? Yeah, I watch her too.
She helps with like life after death services and stuff. But she like helps people pass away.
Yeah.
Not in like an illegal way. But like, she helps the process, you know?
Yeah.
History and biography, The Wager, A Tale of Shipwreck, Mutiny, and Murder. Wow. That okay. Cool, I guess. I don't really read history books, to be honest. I mean, I do, but like not like... And then humor, the winner was Being Henry, The Fawns and Beyond by Henry Winkler. So, I mean, fine, I guess. I cannot believe, like, Allie Hazelwood. I don't know. I feel like most of these were popularity, especially like I don't know. I feel like Happy Place won because it's a popular author. I feel like the Allie Hazelwood book won because it's a popular author.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, I think. I just why I don't really pay him any mind. Anusha, I think is how you pronounce it. So, yes, hello. Welcome, at least in America Central Time sprints. So hard to find any at this time. We're here every week at this time, and the craziness that it is. Sometimes we have some 90-day fiancés, and other times we talk about the trash that is the Goodreads Awards.
Listen, here's the thing. Some of those were... I mean, I haven't heard anything bad about, like, Stephen King's book.
No, right. But I very rarely hear bad things about any Stephen King book, to be honest.
But I mean, for me, like the horror nominations this year were such a good mix, in my opinion, of the books that I either had read or the books that I had heard about that are like on my TBR. That any of them winning for horror was cool. But like I just feel like something else could have won for YA. Temporary or YA fiction or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, it's definitely not acceptable what that man said about Ari.
Oh yeah, I don't know what's wrong with people.
That's just wrong. Goodreads Awards are so useless. Although I did cast a vote for Banded Queens. Neva's book did win though. Yes. And take a bow. I've only just started listening to it, so I can't even... I will let you know on Monday if I can notice a difference. But because I'm listening to it on audio and we still have the same narrators, I don't expect that I'm going to see much of a difference because you can't really tell about the writing style. And he even says that he did not interject his writing style into it. He kept it true to Jordan. So, and I haven't heard of all the gatekeepers and stuff on Wheel of Time and whatnot. I have not heard any bad things about these books, and that he actually did them justice. That's what I have heard. So I'm not expecting it to be bad, not expecting it to have any... I mean, obviously there's going to be a little bit of his writing style in it, but there was so many notes and chapters written out and all that sort of stuff. He just basically had to collate it all together and get it and fill in bits and pieces according to the forward. So, so hopefully it'll it'll go well. This depressing book was an arc sent to me by a publisher. They described it as an uplifting story of how it reunites us all. I have 20 pages left, and this does not describe the book at all. That's pretty bad. And as your Central Time US represents, cool. What time is it in Central Time? It's 3 hours behind you, isn't it? 2 or 3?
Central Time?
Central Time.
Central Time is only 1 hour behind me.
Or 1 hour. Yeah.
Mountain
Pacific time.
The Pacific Time, which is the West Coast, is 3 hours behind.
Yeah. And Mountain Time, what's that?
I don't know. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Come on, man. You live there. You should know.
Well, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so Mountain. Okay, so Central Time is 1 hour behind me. So it's 12:05.
Yep.
Like midnight 05. Okay.
Yep.
Mountain Time is 2 hours behind me. So it's 11:05.
Yep.
Pacific Time is 3 hours behind me. So it would be
10:05.
10:05. Yeah.
Yeah. And for anybody playing at home, I'm in the future. Well, not anymore. Yeah, I am. But you saw for those last ones that you mentioned, I'm still in the future. For you, you're on the same day as me now. So yeah, only just by 5 minutes, or an hour and 5 minutes. Sorry, Tiger's Blood and by winning is from Charlie Sheen's interview in 2011, and he went crazy. Okay, fair enough. Didn't see it, don't know. So people have reclaimed the word queer and some still like it. It depends on the person. I'm guessing the people around my age probably don't like it because it was used as a derogatory. It was used as such a derogatory term back when I was a teenager that I'm guessing that my age group and above would probably not embrace it as freely as the younger generation. Sound like an old grandma. When you were a young whippersnapper.
Well, and also with this, so I don't know if anyone else has seen the Betty Boop trend that's been going around, like in Reels and on TikTok, where makeup, like they're doing their makeup to look like Betty Boop, right? So they're using like a pretty iconic Betty Boop song, which is the one where she's like, I'm not gonna try to sing it, okay, but it's like the, isn't it kind of grand? Isn't it kind of gay? And like when you read the comments on these, people are like, oh my god, did she say gay? And I'm like, bro, listen, the way she means it is like happy.
Yeah, because gay actually means happy. My mother's middle name is Gay.
I mean,
just saying, like it has many different connotations, people. Like, yes, I'm queer because I don't want to have to explain that I'm pan, horny,
arrow, tomboy, queer, just
arrow, tomboy, queer. Yeah, sorry, I was just making sure I had it all right.
Queer also covers it for me because, like, trying to explain polyamory to people. Which here's the thing, I am, if done correctly, okay, I'm like,
Is that side-eye comment again, Neva?
Because some people have questioned whether I'm actually polyamorous or not. Like, I would say that yes, I am, because I like the autonomy that comes with being polyamorous. I really don't give a crap if you're sleeping with other people. I mean, tell the truth about it, I guess, but like, at least, I mean, I don't care about it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're safe and honest and all those happy things that you should be. But like, I wouldn't be like opposed to being monogamous either. The problem that I have always had with monogamy is that whenever I'm monogamous, people, like, the other person, like, wants to be up my butt all the time. I already have a child that is my butt all the time. I don't need a grown adult also up there. So I just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not like inherently a jealous person. Where I get pissed off is like, if you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing, and or like you're doing things that are okay, that would be okay, but then you lie about it. That's where I have behavior.
Yeah, honesty is key in that situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, Pip uses queer for the same reason as well. So yeah. I think queer also depends on the age of the person. I know some 40-plus friends who would be offended if someone called them queer instead of gay. Yeah, and I think that that's what it comes down to, the age thing. That and what you grew up with and what was derogatory when you were younger and all the rest of it, and then now become safe words and stuff like that. I mean, and it always change, like everything changes and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm 55, but I'm also not homosexual. I'm queer. Fair enough. Okay, but thank you for everybody explaining why that, because it's actually enlightened me, because I was quite, like, if I was reading a book and stuff like that, I don't know how to talk about it because I don't want to offend anybody, because that's not my intention. So I'd rather just not talk about that book. In fear, not in fear. I just don't want to offend anybody, because I know what it's like to be offended, and I don't want to. Don't want to inflict that onto someone else. Just finished Wreck the Halls. I was lurking while listening, heading off to bed now, though. Leaving you all on for the watch time. Thanks for hosting. No worries. Thanks for being here, Christine. I thought you were awfully quiet tonight. Good night. Yeah, so many McFadden books. Read like Colleen Hoover.
See, this literally makes me want to go read Frida McFadden. I'm not trying to be funny, but like, it makes me want to go read Frida McFadden, because here's the thing. So in 2022, like, I was a Colleen Hoover girly. Like, I was just eating up all of the Colleen Hoover. And then I was like, you know what? Because my goal for 2022 was that I wanted to read all of Colleen Hoover's backlist by my 31st birthday. It didn't happen, but that was my goal. So then I was like, okay, that's fine. So I just brought the goal over to 2023. I still have 2 series by Colleen Hoover that I own that I need to read, and I'm just like over here just dragging my feet. Okay, like, I've literally bought them on Kindle and I have them physically, and I'm just like, like, I'll read them at some point, but I'm just like not doing it. You know what I mean? Because I don't feel like I feel like I like 2 Colleen Hoover books, and the rest of them, like, I gave them 4 and 5 stars. Well, except for one, I gave it 2 stars. But like, I feel like I read the Colleen Hoover books that I read at a time when I needed Colleen Hoover in my life, and then was like, these are not, I mean, they're not really that good.
No, they're trash. Come on, let's just call it how it is. They are utter fucking trash. And I've read them, so I can say that. I haven't read them all.
I'm just saying, like, talk about, like, every book she writes has red flags in it. Every single book. Every book she writes is toxic. Every single book. And like, here's the thing, like, I did identify with Lily in It Ends With Us. Okay, that's why that's one of my favorite ones. And then Verity was just so fucked up that I was like, I'm still thinking about it. And I read that one in 2021. So like, and
I got introduced to Colleen Hoover by my partner, who got it as Verity. Yeah, Verity as a free book on Audible. It was free. You know how they have the free book each month. So I got that. I listened to that, and then like there was a couple, like a lot of her books are on Kindle Unlimited here with audio, and so I had a couple of them after I read that one on my KU, and then I got to May. I
read a majority.
May 2022, and I read the whole list what I have in my KU. So that's the challenge I do every May, and I went from Verity to Layla, and then to Reminders of Him.
So
and that shit made me cry.
The majority of Colleen Hoover's books I read between 2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
Because they were on in 2021 and 2022. We got a lot of them that were available to us in America on Kindle Unlimited. Yeah. And 2021 was really the year that I really jumped off the deep end with Kindle Unlimited, because like all of 2021 I didn't read a physical book. I was only reading, I was literally only reading on my Kindle. I wasn't even doing audiobooks in 2021. So I read It Ends With Us, which I ended up purchasing because Libby, every library card that I had, which I have like 4 library cards at the time, every library card I had, it was like months wait. Like they could, like I was like number 895 on like every list. And I was like, absolutely not. So I ended up buying that.
I don't even think that many people in Australia read. in comparison to your population to ours, like, yeah, I don't think we'd have that.
So I was like, well, I'm not going to wait for this. I'll just download it. If I hate it, it is what it is, right? Because it was like $3.99 at the time. So I ended up buying that one. That was the first one I read. Then I got Verity off of Kindle Unlimited, because back then it was on KU. Read that. And I read that one I read Verity in less than 24 hours because I had come here for a wedding, which is when my life became what it is. But I read this book. I read it. I started it the night before I was supposed to leave. I finished it. Like, I had a 4-hour flight. I read it the entire flight, and then I finished it when I actually like got here, like before I went to bed. And then I was like haunted by it. I'm still haunted by it. So I read that one. Then I read Layla. I read Layla. And I liked all 3 of those. Like, those are probably like my top ones. I do like.
I liked It Ends With Us, but it wasn't a great book. But I still liked it. Like, I liked the story and all the rest of it.
Yeah, it's not great writing. Okay, I liked the concept of what she put down.
Yeah,
and then
Layla and Verity, I enjoyed those books as well. But Reminders of Him, I also enjoyed. But I don't recommend anybody reading that if they've just given up said granddaughter to mother.
Or if you are a parent who is like a birth parent, and that shit is still fresh, because I read it when that shit was still fresh, and that was a mistake. But I ended up reading. I read Heart Bones. I read Reminders of Him. I read November 9. I read Too Late, which you can't get anymore on Kindle Unlimited, but Too Late is actually one of my favorite ones by her, and I think it's because it's completely different than anything else she wrote. It's like in the same vein as like Verity and Layla. Okay. Because it's the main character is like, she's like dating like a drug lord mafia type guy. Like, he's like a bad. And basically, like, he manipulates her into staying with him because she needs money to help her brother. And then she ends up like meeting a cop who's like investigating the dude. Like, it's like a whole thing. It was really good, but it was apparently written as like a free like web novel. Yeah, that she then published. Like, she published it this year as like an actual book, so you can like buy it as an actual book now. But then I read that one. I read Reminders of Him. I read whatever that one is that's the mother and the daughter. I can't think of what the name of it is. I can see it in my brain, but I can't think of what it is. Because like the dad dies like at the beginning of the book, and I haven't read that one. What the hell it's called, but I know the book in my brain. Yeah. So I read Confess. That one was like fine. I read the Merit book, and then I read the one that she writes with Taryn Fisher. I don't recommend that one. That was called like Never Never something. I own it. I pre-ordered the bound copy of this book because it used to be 3 novellas, and like on audio, like I have it on audio. And it's broken up into the 3 novellas on audio, bro. I pre-ordered the bind-up version of this book, and I wish I had it. Like, it's sitting upstairs as part of my Colleen Hoover shelf. Because I now basically own every Colleen Hoover book that there is. I also read It Starts With Us. I don't recommend that one. Don't even bother with. Like, you can read It Ends With Us, but like It Starts With Us, it is trash. Like,
I haven't picked up. I was going to read It Ends With Us, and then you're like, it's just trash because I read, and I'm like, I'll just give it to Savannah.
If you want me to ruin it for you, I won't do it on sprints, but I will ruin it for you. I'll just tell you what it is. Also, if you get the special edition of Verity, just don't. Yeah. Because I pre-ordered the special edition of Verity, like the collector's edition. I mean, if you like it because it's pretty, which is why I ordered it, fine. If you are ordering it so that you can read the extended epilogue, just message me and I'll read it for you out loud and send it to you in a voice note. Because I read it to Brittany on StreamYard. That's an hour of our life we're never going to get back. So there were no answers. Like, it literally gave me just like 15 more questions. So I just pretend like that does not exist because it didn't even make any sense.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. All right, we should go for another sprint because we've been talking for over an hour. we get quite passionate about the things and all the rest of it, but we're going to go for an hour sprint because I've got to go and grab some stuff and pull some washing off and do some dishes and do some kitty litter and all the rest of it. So we'll do an hour sprint. And we'll be back. So happy reading, everybody. I've just got to get the thing set up, but we will definitely be back in an hour. Doesn't want to stop. Do not like these earbuds. They do not fit in my ear. They drive me mental. They don't stop when you touch them. And they're a Samsung one that came with my phone. I can't find my little white ones, and my little black one doesn't seem to be charging. So I used a different cord last night, so hopefully it's charged now. It was dead flat. So how did everybody go during that sprint? I got the washing off. I emptied the bins, done the kitty litter, done all the things, tidied up the lounge room a little bit, and then talked on the phone and listened to some book. And I'm up to about 5-6 pages into chapter 1. Still a lot of book to go. So today I'm supposed to be getting up to, or at least by Monday's sprints. So I've got the weekend to do it. We're getting up to chapter 10, which is it starts on page 106. So yeah, I don't know what happened to Neva. She just disappeared. So not entirely sure what happened there. But I'm still streaming to her channel, so hopefully she'll come back. I don't know what happened. She was there 1 minute and then gone the next. So yeah, so how did everybody go? Let me know in the comments. We're probably only going to do one more sprint, and it'll probably be a quick one anyway, because it's getting close to time for me to jump off and do dinner and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so let me see where we were up to in the comments. I think this is where we were up to. I'd never even heard of Emily Henry until recently, and even I knew the book was not that good. Yeah. It had, like, I don't know exactly what's wrong with it, but just so many people did not like it at all. So yeah. I wonder if Neva knows that she's been booted off. Maybe her laptop went flat. That happened once before. So yeah. Chris is, and some stuff is happening with StreamYards right now. The screen is jumping and all that sort of stuff. So I have nothing. I got no idea what's happening there. As someone who used to intern for a press that published poetry, I was annoyed at the Goodreads Awards that did away with poetry because just being could sell a lot of books for small presses. Yeah, that's a bit sad that they did that. But yeah, everybody's saying good night. Just past midnight for Thag and in Central Time. This is just before we went to before we went. I used to live in Hawaii, at last of all time on Earth. There you go. I'm back, and the chat has got into interesting mode. Yes, it had gone into interesting mode. The poly subreddit is quite interesting. There is a lot of unhappy poly folks on there. I think communication will forever be the key, and the lack in there. Neva's just popping back, so it's just popped back into studio. So we'll find out what happened in a moment. And the lack of a relationship. This is very true. I guess it's. Where did you go?
My freaking laptop. It's like on the fritz or something. I don't know what the hell it's doing, because it like. So first it shut down because it fucking needed to update, even though I told it to wait to update. It did not listen. So I was like, you know what, fine, cool, update. Then it decides to shut down again, and I was like,
well, that's what I thought, that it might have went flat, because I'm like, she was there just a moment ago and gone.
What is even the reason for this right now? Literally none.
Yes, I was quiet, but I had to finish. That's fair enough. Christine's probably gone by now. I think that's why it works in Neva's case, because they are very clear about expectations and whatnot. Yeah, talking about Polly. Yeah,
you would think, wouldn't you? I did reply to Elise's thing, because I guess she hadn't watched the Whipping Chat yet, so I was like, just go watch the Whipping Chat. I don't really feel like.
No.
I mean, you don't get any details in the Whippet Chat. You just get, this is what is going on. The end. Yeah. So we'll see. You know what the future holds. I'm going on like 3 weeks, no contact, to be honest with you. Ari did talk to him today because she asked me if she could call him, and I was like, I don't know what his schedule is. And obviously she knows that he's not here. So I did I guess technically I'm not no contact now. I mean, I'm not talking to him, but I text him and said, Ari wants to call you, and he was like, my class over at 3:30. That was the extent of our conversation. And then I called him. He didn't answer, so he called back. And when he called back, I didn't even speak to him. Like, I just said, Ari, your dad's calling, handed her the phone. It's very mature of me. I know. But I don't really have anything to say to him, to be honest.
And if you've got nothing nice to say nothing at all, especially because you've got a little person around and you just need to keep it copacetic for her mental stability.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna do what he needs to do for Ari, then cool. If not, then that's cool too. I mean, whatever. And I'll deal with that if I have to deal with that. Me and Mariah are good, and that's it. I don't really have anything to say to him. I'm just like, because I mean, people.
It's all good. You don't actually have to explain yourself to anybody. It's fine, and it's hard to talk about because it's not something that's gonna bum you out. So it's not easy to talk about, and we can respect that, I'm sure.
And if I want to be bummed out, I'll go watch that Diamond Painter that is not good that I keep trying.
Your favorite YouTube channel.
I keep trying, bro. I feel so bad. Like I did turn off my notifications for her channel. I did.
She's just gonna bum you out, man. And like, you're dealing with a lot of stuff in your life, and your depression's been flaring up and all that sort of stuff as well. So you need to be around positivity, fun, laughter, and all the rest of it, and just stay away from the people that bum you out.
So I truly think that I keep giving her a chance because Daphne from Diamond Painters Anonymous, the first video I ever saw from her was a whip and chat, and her that specific one that I saw, that one bummed me out. Like, because it was like a ranty one, but like it wasn't in the title that it was ranty, and so I was like, ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. But like, I really enjoy her content. You know, I just had to like go back a couple and like watch one. But this other one, dude, I'm not gonna say their name on the live because this other one, dude, just bums me out every time.
And like, it's not me, okay? Everybody in the comments, it's not me. Because she does watch me too. It's not me.
I do watch Nicole, but Nicole does not bum me out.
Most of my whip and chats lately have just been about channel updates because it's that time of the year where plans are starting to get put in place and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of that. It's all of that stuff. I mean, update on the garden and all that sort of stuff. So,
if Nicole had a ranty whip and chat at some point, like, I would watch it. I would probably laugh. Not at her, but just like, you know, with the situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do. When I don't think I have. I'd have to ask some of my friends that have watched me for a while because it's like one and done. Like, I don't go back and necessarily watch them. It's not until someone says, "Oh, this I seen you said this," and then I have to go and find that timestamp and see what I said because, you know, it was like 5 years ago.
Right.
And like, I had a situation where Mia lived here. For those that don't know, my granddaughter, who is here right now, she lived here. She came here when she was 7 months old. She was very malnourished. She was not in a good way. Her mum was not in a good way. Her mum has mental health issues, suffers from delusions and stuff like that, and also decided that, you know, taking drugs on top of that would be a good idea, and ended up with some extra issues, and plus, you know, just had a baby at 16, and and ended up with postnatal depression on top of that. So you could imagine the little spiral that she put herself in anyway. She was making really bad choices. Her child was taken away from her. She was self-harming, all that sort of stuff. And anyway, Mia was placed with us, placed in custody, like the child. That's me. That is my thing where I disassociate from the situation. That is how I've coped with all the things in my life. I take the emotion out of it, and so I sound very cold. And believe you me, I am not cold about this situation. I have a lot to say, but I keep it to myself because I want to see my granddaughter. Because if I let fly, well, there's going to be tears. But anyway, because I can be a mean bitch when I want to be, apparently. I've been told. But anyway, that's beside the point. But yeah, so she came to live with us when she was very malnourished and all that sort of stuff. She was 7 months old, and her mother had told DOCS, which is Department of Child Services here, that she was going to get herself together and that she would take Mia back. So we kept it all out of the courts, and she was placed in our care. But we were warned by DOCS if we gave the child back, it was our choice when we were ready to give her back to my daughter. So there was some situations where, you know, got abused and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so I've had a couple of those sort of ones, ranty ones on my channel. But other than that, I don't think, and that was purely because people asked how I was going. And they knew of the situation and whatnot. And so I elaborated, and it was hard. And like just after it happened, I had a lot of things planned on online Zooms and all that sort of stuff. And I got into a Zoom meeting, and one of my friends was in there, and she no one else was in there. And she's like, "How?" The worst thing you can ask me when I'm an emotional wreck is, "How are you?" That is a bad move for anybody that does that.
Either. I will just cry, bro. That's the answer. You're not gonna get an answer, okay?
No.
So because like when all of this was happening, bro, like it happened. So everything kind of exploded over last month's 24-hour sprint.
Yeah.
So poor Nicole, bro.
Yeah, while I was sleeping, I might add.
You're trying to like go live, and I'm like, hey, I need you, because there was just like a lot of things that like they all happened all at once, and like I was so annoyed because like everyone in the house knows when I do 24-hour sprints. Like I'm very transparent about it. Like Mariah knows that this week is 24-hour sprints, so everyone had known like 3 weeks prior. Like when I set up the next 24-hour sprints, I tell everybody in the house like, hey, 24-hour sprints are this time. Yeah. So he was gone. He had to go to Florida for something. And it was like the week after my birthday, I think. And everything exploded because there was some issue right before he left. Like while I was running sprints. Or no, the Thursday night. But I was like, it's fine. I'll just get through the weekend and it'll blow over. Like, not blow over, but like we'll deal with it after. Because like he wasn't here. Well, it ended up just like exploding during 24-hour sprints. So Protocol's trying to go live. And I'm like, I need you to sit here with me while I answer the phone. And she was like, okay. And then I disappeared for like 5 hours. And I could hear, like I was sitting here, like my camera was off. You couldn't see me or even know that I was here. And all I could hear was Nicole be like, Neva is off, taking a nap. And I was like, that's what I'm doing. And I was literally just sitting on the other end of the computer. I mean,
basically, I was lying to everybody because I knew that Neva was in the background, and I'm like, Neva needs to have some sleep. And
she was like, because Nicole was like, you look like, because she was like, are you good? And I was like, yep.
And she was like, no, you're not.
You look like you're gonna cry. She was like, are you sure you're good? And I was like, yep. And then I started crying, and she was like, just go, I'll be fine. And then I felt bad, but then I think Brooklyn showed up.
Yeah, Brooklyn turned up.
So I was like, okay, at least like Brooklyn is there, so she's not just like by herself. Because I even text Brittany, and I was like, I feel so bad. I just abandoned Nicole. And she was like, girl, just go to bed, just lay down. So I like laid down for a while, and it was fine. But like I was also just like annoyed because I was like, you knew that I was doing 24 hours, so you had to really pull some shit.
It was like, could you have timed that any better? But you know, like everybody on the sprints had your back, and that was the thing. And that's what we were saying. You know, we've got your back. Just do what you need to do. Deal with what you need to deal with. We'll take care of this. Everybody knows it's Neva's thing, and sometimes Neva has to go for a nap. So, and you had to take a 4-hour nap.
I just needed a good 4-hour nap.
And yeah, and you needed to process as well. Like to throw that stuff all happening, you had to process, and trying to process while hosting 24-hour sprints is not a thing that can be done.
I was because my thing was I was like, well, I'll talk about it, like, because I had to let people know. I felt like it needed to be said, just simply because it would have been, especially because like there was a video that was supposed to come out that's no longer, well, it is coming out, but it's being changed. So like, and like he was pretty on the channel, like he was very involved in the channel. So I was like, it's gonna be weird if I'm just like, he's like here one day, gone the next. I was like,
I've done it.
But then I was like sitting there and I was like, I don't even know what to say. But then I was like, but also I was trying to like hold it together for 24-hour sprints. Because I was like, of course this shit would go off while I have to be live.
But at the end of the day, too, like what is happening in your personal life? Yeah, okay, he's not going to be here anymore or whatever the case may be. But no one needs to know the nitty-gritties. And we all, as a collective human being, should respect the fact that this is a personal issue between your family and that it's got nothing to do with anybody else. That's why, like, I say I've only issued, because I don't think I've actually asked you directly, because it's none of my damn business. Like,
oh no!
Because at the end of the day, we know each other, but really, we're just randos that have met on the internet.
I think the only two people that have directly, like, really asked, like, what is going on. Brianna asked directly, and I was talking, like, we were backstage with Margaret, and like I didn't mind if Margaret knew, but Brianna asked directly, and then of course like Brittany asked directly.
Well, of course, but you guys are very close.
Like, do I need to leave Canada to bury somebody? And then I was like, no. And then she asked like directly like what was going on, so I was like, okay, it's fine. Nicole was just like, hugs to you. I hope everything's fine. And then she got like a 3-page rant.
It's fine.
That she did not ask for.
But I was respecting your boundaries. I'm trying to be better and not be nosy.
She definitely, like, Nicole was never nosy. She was just like, wow, that's a lot to process. Wow.
It was very neutral.
And I was just giving her all of the information. I was just like, you did not ask for this.
But it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. But as I said to you in message, you know, if you need an ear just to rant, if you just need to write a 6-page essay in Messenger, that you go for it, because I'll read it and then I'll sit there and discuss. Not critique, just discuss. You know, if you ever have a random thought in the middle of the night, just send it. I'm awake. Like,
right.
You know, like, and sometimes you just need to vent and all that sort of stuff. All right, now I believe that Pip has gone to sleep.
Good night, Pip.
Yes, this is where I was up to. Yep, Pip's gone off to sleep. Fun light while it was lasted, and then you've been talking to Ulysses in that, so I'll bypass all that. Caught up on some YouTube is where we're at. Okay, all right, so that's where we're at. Because we pretty much just discussed everything that was happening then in the comments. Listen to more of my audiobook and really enjoying it. That is awesome. I'm listening to House of Earth and Blood.
I hope you love it. I gave that book, listen, the ending destroyed me and I gave it 5 stars. So
I have to get a list of books that destroyed Neva. Please avoid.
So here's the thing. It's like I want someone to like make that video and then ask me for books, because like I am the quintessential person that people will be like, what are your favorite books and why did you like them? And I'm like, XYZ are my favorite books and they all destroyed me. So you're welcome for that. Like I basically just tell everybody, just like especially like Brittany who cries like I do, I'm just like, hey, make sure you have some tissues. That's all I'm saying. Just yeah.
Tissues. Any book that you recommend, I'll just automatically take tissues.
Yeah, just assume that you'll need tissues. I mean, you might not cry. I don't know. I cry at a lot of stuff. Kelsey and Reni don't cry at anything, bro. And I'm like, oh yeah, this book destroyed me. And they're like, yeah, it was. Yeah,
I never used to cry at things either, but I can honestly say, menopause has changed that.
Reni and Kelsey will be like, I'll be like, me and Brittany will be like, wow, this book destroyed me. Like A Man Called Uva, whatever the hell it is. We were like, I am a moron, and I finished that book on sprints.
Was that the one you were also was someone going to read that on a plane? Were you going to read that on the plane? There was a book that you were going to read on the plane or something, and Brittany's like, no.
I think it was it that one?
I don't know whether it was that one or whether it was.
It was that one because so originally I was going somewhere.
I think you were going to visit Reni.
Yeah, that's what it was. I was gonna reread it. That's what it was. I was planning to reread Man Called Uwe and Brittany. No, it wasn't. It was the third Beartown book.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The Winners that I was gonna read on a plane because I was like, well, maybe I'll just take it with me to Rainey's. I'll just read it on my Kindle on the plane. And Brittany was like, absolutely not. A Man Called Uwe. I think it was me, Kelsey, Rainey, and Amy and Brittany. We all read it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I only have like an hour or whatever left of this audiobook. I'm just going to finish it because I was listening to the audiobook. And Brittany was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. And I was like, it's fine. I was like, I'll be live. So like, I'm not going to cry. Like, it'll be fine. It's on me. So I'm like destroyed. We have 10 minutes left of this sprint. And I am like ugly crying. I am like crying, like I'm making noise, tears. Like if I had mascara on, it would have been just black streaks. Okay, and she finished about the same time I did, and she was like, we were sending. Like, I pray that this group chat is destroyed because we were like sending pictures of our faces, and so me and Amy finished about the same time, and we're like crying. We're like sending photos, like selfies of us crying. And I was like, I gotta pull it together. I had like 3 minutes left of this sprint. I was like, I gotta pull it together. I finally like pulled myself together, and I was like, okay, I'm good. We come back. We're all sitting. It was like Bessie's book sprints, right? So it was like me, Rainey, and Kelsey and Brittany, and we're all sitting here, and I'm just sitting like this. And Brittany was like, she was like, "Did you finish your book?" And I was like, mm-hmm. Because she knew I had finished the book. She was seeing me finish this book in real time, right? So she already knew. So I'm just sitting, and I was like, and she was like, "What did you think?" And I was like, 5 stars. And I'm like trying not to start crying, and she was like, okay, moving on. And so, like, I didn't have to talk about it because I never again will I read a book that is going to tear my heart out on sprints. Right. At least I won't finish it on sprints. And I should have known because there were a couple other spots in the book that, like, did make me cry. So, like, why I thought that I would get to the ending of this book and not cry.
Yeah, because endings are usually everything that gets you. So, on that, but do you find that if you read a book without any audio, you are less likely to cry than what you are if you're listening to it?
Absolutely not. Actually, I'm less likely to cry if I'm listening to the audio.
Oh, really? See, I'm more inclined to cry if I'm listening to the audio.
Because if I'm listening to the audio, clearly not with A Man Called Uva, and clearly not with House of Earth and Blood. But sometimes I will miss things when I'm listening to the audio, so it won't, like, the impact of what's happening won't hit me as hard. Because like Magnolia Parks was not I cried at the end of that audio too. But Magnolia Parks, the first time I read it, there was no audio. It was still indie published. So I read it on my Kindle because it was on Kindle Unlimited at the time. I read it on my Kindle, and that was a book that I finished 20 minutes before I was supposed to be on Bessie's book club sprints. And no one else had finished it yet. Like, Reni hadn't finished it. Like, nobody that was like an actual like friend of mine that where I like really trusted their thoughts on the book had finished it or had liked it. Because I knew like Sasha had read it. I think Jan had tried to read it, but I think both either DNF'd or gave it low rating, so it clearly didn't make them cry at the end. So I got to the end of this book, and the way that the book ends, oh, I was destroyed. I was completely destroyed. And I text Brittany and I was like, I look like I've been crying for 20 minutes because I've been crying for 20 minutes. And she was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, I didn't think that this book would have, like, I was expecting like a happily ever after. You don't get that in Magnolia Parks because it's a 5-book series. So like, they're not trying to give you a happily ever after in the first book.
Well, that's it, yeah. Chris finished my book. I can see why it won the award for translated literature, but geez, it was so depressing. 1 paragraph of hopelessness.
Does not make a book uplifting in my eyes.
Yeah, no. I was just trying to think of a book that I've had where it's been
1 paragraph of hopefulness
all the way around, but then but yeah, no, I have to agree with that sentiment.
I'm not trying to be funny, but if you only get 1 paragraph of hopefulness, it's just hopeless.
That's it. I'm sending positive vibes, Neva, your way. Hope for the sprint.
It's always a good time over here, honestly. I can just laugh at my pain.
And I'll laugh right along with you. But hey, if you need someone with a pick and a fucking shovel, I'm there, mate. Dig in the hole. I'll even push the person in.
It's not very healthy, but my therapist said that since I'm doing therapy twice a week now, that it's okay to laugh at my pain with other people. But I have to not. But she does not allow me to laugh at my pain during therapy. She makes me actually deal with my pain during therapy.
See, your therapist and I wouldn't get along because that's when I'm at my best humor.
I mean, I don't even remember.
I'm going to cry, and I don't want to cry. Like,
I don't even remember I
don't even
remember what the joke was, dude. But I made a joke like last week, because I do therapy once a week through text message, like it's through like real time chat or whatever.
Yeah,
and then I do it once a week, like video call or whatever, which is fine. I hate video calls. Anyway, I mean, it's better than in person because I'm not trying to really be in a room with somebody. But so I made like some kind of like self-deprecating joke. I said something stupid like, it's fine. It'll just be me and Ari till she decides to leave the nest. They'll just be me and some dogs. And like my therapist didn't find that very funny. I found it funny. I thought that it was funny. I was like, it's fine. Like, I'll just have a dog and like my diamond painting and like 90 Day Fiance. Great.
I have issues with your therapist because I'm an empty nester. I'm here by myself with my cat and my craft.
Right. And she was like, we shouldn't give up hope that we might find someone someday. And I was like, I mean, I might find someone someday, but they're gonna have to find me. Because like, no, I am not. No, absolutely not. Because I think also, some people look at this and they're like, well, y'all only dated for 2 years. Here's what y'all need to know. Okay, I have known them collectively, because Mariah and I've known them both for 8 years. So at this point, I'm just like grieving 8 years of whatever the hell this is. It was only just romantic the last 2.
Yeah, and so it's grieving friendship, it's grieving relationship, it's grieving lots of different things.
Yeah,
and it all takes time, and it goes through phases. So,
and my therapist likes to say, we have to walk through our pain, not around our pain.
Can I once walk around it? Can I just walk around it today?
That's what I'm saying. I would just rather you just say skirt. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it back there. It's fine.
Your therapist and I wouldn't get along at all.
We only get along because she'll be like, we'll get done or whatever, and she'll be like, all right. She said, I know what you want to do now. You want to go self-isolate with reality TV and diamond painting. Go forth. That's what she says. But she knows that, like, I do sprints with you once a week. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I try to jump on sprints with other people if possible. So, like, she knows I talk to people. You know what I mean? I'm not, like, just, like, hiding in a closet or something. But, like...
Yeah, like, realistically, you're not self-isolating because you are socializing. You're just doing it by video.
Yeah, and so she'll be like, just make sure that you talk to just touch base with people in your house once a day or whatever, like, which I do. Like, I see Mariah when she leaves for work in the morning. I usually see her when I leave for work at nighttime, whatever. So, like, I see people, but like, she'll just be like, go watch your reality TV and diamond paint. I'm like, all right, bye.
Don't have to tell me twice. See ya. Oh, yeah, my best friend tells me that I should have gone to therapy years ago. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Um, it's a 1 day at a time situation.
Yeah.
That sentence did not want to come out then. I don't know what I was trying to read, but obviously it wasn't what was on the screen. And you don't have to explain. Many hugs. What's your opinion on hate reading? Do you do it? No, I don't.
Ew, no. Here's the thing. Okay. Well, I don't even call this hate reading. I just wanted the book to get better. Because, like, the exception that I have to this, I don't know if it would really be categorized as hate reading, but when I read Darling Girl last year, which put me into a 2.5-month slump because I didn't listen to Brittany and just DNF the stupid book, I wasn't really hate reading it. I really legitimately wanted this book to get better because for the first like 20%, like I was vibing. Then we got to like 30-ish% and I was like, this has taken a turn that is gross and creepy and I don't like it. So then I was like, but you know what? Maybe I can just persevere. I can just push through. Plus, that was like when I was really trying to read down all my book of the month books because I was still getting book of the month then.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So I was like, I really just like, and that was like a goal for me last year was to read down as many book of the month books. And clearly that didn't happen because after Darling Girl, I just gave up on book of the month books. Like I had read like 4 really good ones and then I got Darling Girl. I don't know, just the way it's a Peter Pan retelling, but the way that Peter Pan was portrayed was just really creepy. And like the way that Peter Pan like tied into our main character and like the magical stuff, it just skeeves me out. But I don't. But like if I'm not liking a book, like if I legitimately am not liking a book, I'm not gonna keep reading it. I don't, because if I hate read a book, bro, then I'm just gonna piss myself off.
Yeah, that's like it's almost like you're punishing yourself for some unknown reason. Like,
yeah, and I mean, I don't even really like watching because there are content creators that do that, like booktubers, that will be like, I read this book, so you don't have to, and it's like that's a catchy title. I've used that title too, right? But I think the difference between me doing it and some other creators doing it is that I will DNF a book on camera. I really do not care. But I feel like a lot of times when that caption is used, like when that title is used, it is legitimately them hate reading a book. Like them being like, oh, I hate everything about this book. And then just continuing to read it for content, and I don't even really like watching that because I'm like,
I'd rather just DNF it and just move on.
Right? No.
Absolutely. I remember that she was like, "This is the time Neva takes a nap." Yeah.
Yeah, y'all did not want to see me that day. I was actually embarrassed by how like sad I look. I was like, girl, you cannot, because I was like, I'm just gonna do it. And then Nicole was like looking at me like, girl, there ain't no way you're gonna get on this camera and everybody's gonna be like,
someone's gonna ask, are you okay in the comments, and you're gonna lose your proverbial shit all over the fucking internet. So go to sleep.
And honestly, that was probably like the best thing Nicole could have said was like, just turn, because literally she just said, just turn your camera off, even if you just sit here. And I did. I literally just, like turned the camera off and muted myself, and then I just like sat here. I was like just staring at the camera, like I was on camera. Like I was like nodding along with things. Like people could see me, they couldn't. But I do think that if I had stayed on camera, someone would have said, "Neva, are you okay? You look sad," or something. And then I probably would have just ranted, and then Nicole would have had to like kick me out of the stream because she would have been like, I know this is Neva's 24-hour sprint,
but Neva needs to take a break
out because we don't need all of her business. She will not want all of her business on the internet in the morning.
No.
So
you have to have some private things, and about your family that is private. And so I'm sorry, but I pulled the prank and I said she wasn't allowed to discuss
because that would have been me. I would have been like, this happened and this happened, and I would have just spilled it all out. Brittany would have been in the comments at 5 a.m. being like, "Can someone shut her up? Stop,
mute, mute the call, mute, hit that mute button." Brittany would have come in and went, "I'll bloody do it." Oh, It's even better on the second time round.
I
Awesome.
want to reread it, but it'll be my third reread, and I don't know if I'm.
I think you need to move on.
Yeah, I want to reread it, but because I haven't actually read the second one. Because I kept being told that, like, I need to finish Akatar, I need to do this, I need to do that. Well, screw it. I'm just gonna do what I want. But I need to read the second one before the third one comes out at the end of January.
That's fair enough. Don't be so hard on yourself. You've accomplished so much, and you have been such an enjoyable spirit on sprints. Who else would have introduced us to Doorsmart? That's exactly right.
Also, who else would have given you such dramatic readings of smut synopses? Right?
That's it. Hello, Raleigh. How are you?
Raleigh. It's all good.
So it's we're smiling about it this week. There'll be big iron doors going up this weekend, so no one can upset the vibe of the 24-hour sprints for neither.
I told Mariah, I was like, I have 24-hour sprints this weekend. She was like, okay. Because Austin already had. I thought Austin was gonna have his friends over here for his birthday because his birthday was Wednesday.
Yeah.
But he had them over Wednesday night, so I don't think he's having people back over. If he does, it'll be like one friend and whatever. But I was like, yeah, I have 24-hour sprints. So basically, if anyone who I don't want to talk to calls my phone, I'm not answering.
That's fair enough. I'm screening my calls.
That's basically what's happening.
Why do people always want to be paired up all the time? I was told the same thing by several people. I'm great by myself. I don't need to hold on to hope. That's exactly right. Like, if you're comfortable with your own skin, it's okay to be alone. Like, it's fine.
Honestly, at this point, if anyone wants to date me, they're going to have to understand 3 things. Number 1, I will not be giving up diamond painting or booktube. So if you're not cool with that, too bad for you. 2, please do not be in my face all the time. Okay, we can like sit in the same room, but just do something else, like play some video games.
You don't have buttons on you, so you're not their entertainment system.
I'm like, I don't need to like, we don't need to be sitting in a room and talking to each other all the time. Like, we just don't. No, thank you. And also, number 3, Ari's very sassy, so may the odds be ever in your favor. Although she is pretty respectful, like, to other adults, for some reason she just thinks that she can come at me. Here's the thing: she really,
your mom, she knows you, and she knows that you love her unconditionally, and that is a good sign.
And she really only does it on sprints. I think she likes to show up and show out for people on sprints because she knows. Because she gets scared when she realizes that I'm muted, because she can always tell when I'm muted, because that's when like the mom voice comes out, right?
Yeah.
And she'll be like, everyone can hear you. And I'll be like, no one can hear me.
You know?
And the microphone's off. And then she's like, you know what I mean? So like she shows up and shows out on sprints because she knows that I won't yell at her on camera. That's what it is. So she'll be like, okay, mother, when she knows that the mic is on and people can hear her, because she knows that I'm not gonna like get on her like on the camera, or if I do, it'll be like earlier when she was like interrupting and I was like, you need to wait, like that. But that's really as much as she's gonna get.
But she also needs to learn that she can't be doing that while you're talking, because if you were talking in a serious situation and she was doing that, she's just coming off as an insolent little child and needs to pull her head in. So
but she does tend to show out if she like if she doesn't recognize the person on sprints, she won't do it.
Yeah. Yes, she's comfortable with me now, so
she's comfortable with you, she's comfortable with Brittany, she's comfortable with Reni, she's comfortable with Kelsey. Like, at this point, she's so comfortable with like everybody that usually does 24-hour sprints that she does it. But I'll use the mom voice and she'll be like, everyone can hear you. And I'll be like, no one can hear me, I'm muted. And then she's like, okay, never mind, bye, mom. And she'll leave.
So that's all you've got to say from now on, and she'll just go.
I'll be like, no one can hear me. So
I wish all the love and pairing for everyone else in the world. I'm good. Yeah.
Why did I think that Elise's was married? Maybe because maybe it's Kiana that's married.
I hate Red Arc, a woman obsessed with a man she knew for one night, whines about losing him. I remember when you read this.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah. Oh, white eyes and
I
white
remember this because you were ranting and raving about it on listen, something okay, all right. You want to know an arc that I hate read? All Good People Here by Ashley Flowers. I hate read that shit. You can ask Crystal about it because she was on 24-hour sprints with me when I was reading it. And here's the thing, I got to 30% of this book. I had such high hopes for this book, even though I know that the author in the true crime podcasting world has plagiarized things. I was like, you know what? Maybe we have evolved since 2019 and done something with our lives. Clearly not. Okay. The book was terrible. First of all, she completely ripped off like in a very well-known case, which I'm not going to say because it'll basically ruin the book. But she ripped off a very well-known case and changed like two things. And then the person that ended up committing the crime, disgusting. For the reason that they committed it, despicable. Man.
Is that the one that Brittany read and worked out that it was what it was? No, that was different.
Read was something else because I don't think Brittany read All Good People Here. Now, I do know that Michelle from Michelle's Library read All Good People Here. She gave that shit like 4 or 5 stars. And I was like, no. No. It was a terrible book. And the thing is, I only read 30% of it, and then I skipped to the last chapter because I was like, I need to know how this ends. And then the way that it ended, I almost threw my Kindle. Like, I came back onto 24-hour sprints with Crystal, and Crystal was like, why do you look like you're about to rage? And I was crying. I was so angry. I was so angry at the and I canceled my pre-order. That's the thing. I had pre-ordered this book. Okay, I had pre-ordered it. And I had requested the ARC, and they gave me the ARC like the week before it came out. And I was so excited to read this book because I was like, yes, I can read it and I can put it on my shelf. Yes. No.
Cancelled.
I canceled that pre-order. And then somebody in my house made a joke about, oh, I ordered that book for you. And I was like, if that book comes in this house, I'm burning it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't believe in book burning, but like,
so that book's getting burnt.
Yeah, at least I don't know why I thought you were married. Truly, I'm wrong. Clearly,
Yeah.
That's probably okay. Maybe that's why. Because Kiana and Elise's found me at about the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I knew one of them has like a wonderful husband. It has to be Kiana because Elise's clearly isn't married, and I was wrong. So
yeah. All right, we've got to the bottom of the comments. You're up for another sprint. This will probably be the last sprint for me because I've got bath shower, all the things. I got all the kiddie things to do because it's that time of the day and all that sort of stuff. So 45 minutes. Come back, wrap it up by Happy with that?
I'm sorry. Yep. I just for some reason I don't know why I got a notification for this because my notifications are supposed to be off, but that person that bums me out just uploaded part 3 of 9 of a series of Kidding Down. I cannot watch this. I'm just gonna
just swipe that. Just whatever it is, get rid of it.
Swipe left and hit.
Yeah, is that it? I don't know. I don't do Tinder or anything like that. What is it like?
On my phone, if you like swipe, I mean, there's no notifications, but if I have like a notification and I swipe left, it'll say like clear.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
I swiped left. We're not gonna watch that. She's just like hitting down art dot drills. First of all, I'm not watching somebody hit down 3,000 art dot drills. That's ridiculous. But also, I'm sorry. Have you seen the new Diamond Dots kits that are like $200?
No, I haven't. I have actually in the last couple of weeks I haven't watched any Diamond.
Diamond Dots is doing this like I think it's called like a master's class collection or something.
Mm-hmm.
So Katie from Diamonds and Washi and Lindsay from Emeralds and Fairy Lights, they both I think Lindsay may have gotten it as like a PR package, maybe, but Katie bought hers. And
really?
Katie said that hers cost like $200. It was like $215 American, and I was like, no, because I went and I looked to see what they were because Daphne from from Diamond Painters Anonymous. I almost said that other channel that bums me out, and I think but Diamond Painters Anonymous, she was talking about it. So I was like, well, let me go look. I mean, I don't want to do diamond dots anyway, because they're like their own entity.
Yeah, they're their own brand, aren't they?
Yeah, like they don't follow the DMC or anything like that. Like all their colors are like something.
They do have some pretty landscapes and stuff. I have seen some really nice artwork, but they're always so expensive.
Yeah, so basically these are like old masters kits. Like they would work for Katie's Summer of the Masters event that she does. I think she does it like in May. They would work for that. But like the one that Lindsay, so basically like you open the box up and your canvas is like in this bag, like a dust bag, and then all of your drills are pre-kitted into like pots for you. But they were complaining that there was like a lot of static in the drills, which I do think this is an issue with the way that Diamond Dots decided to package them. And I say that because they're not in baggy, so there's no way to have like poke a hole in the bag and have airflow.
Yeah.
But then you get like two of their more like luxurious pens that are like more ergonomic, and they have like built-in squishies, like built-in grips. Then you get like this standard dot pen. You get like 2 pairs of tweezers. Like it looks interesting, but like not $200 worth of interesting. So, and then they don't give you any stickers. Like, you know how like on Diamond Art Club, they give you like this sticker that has like the symbol. So they pre-pot all of your stuff, which is great. Like they pre-kit it up, but then they just label it with like their version of the DMC number.
Yeah.
You have this giant canvas, because they're not small canvases, they're these giant canvases, and you have to like look at the legend on the side of the canvas to know what goes where.
Oh, that's painful.
So Lindsay was saying that it was because she worked on it during her ribbon chat, and she said it was kind of inconvenient because they don't give you any kind of, they don't even give you like a paper legend, because she was like, even if they just gave me like a paper legend, I don't even need the stickers, just give me like a paper legend that I can like set next to me on my table, and
gives you that.
Yeah, instead of having to like look at the actual. No, I feel like nobody uses the actual legend on the canvas unless you're buying a discount one.
AliExpress comes with a paper with the legend on it, but I have misplaced the one I'm working on now. For some reason, I must have picked up with some rubbish and I've chucked it out.
Yeah.
So I don't have the paper legend anymore, and they don't. The cheap ones don't come with stickers, so I just put them into their pot. But they do have a legend where it's got 1 to 26, so I know how many colors there are, and that's what I use.
Yeah, and usually like their symbols are usually just like alphanumeric. A lot of the times, like on the cheaper ones, like their symbols, they don't branch out into different symbols, so it's easy enough to like label your own.
Yeah, like these ones, I've got letters scattered through. They don't go in sequence or anything. They have the DMC code.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming this one come off AliExpress. I just don't want to ask the person that bought it for me, were you a cheapskate and got it off AliExpress, because that's just fucking rude.
It's rude, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'd expect her to bitch slap me, and believe me, she's 6 foot tall and she could kick my ass. She's my karate instructor, so
right.
I'm not about to go on.
But we know that it's not from like Diamond Art Club or somewhere like that.
No, it's definitely not from a premium. Like it's still okay and all the rest of it. The canvas is soft on the back and all that sort of stuff. But they use letters and symbols. This has got a combination and it's mixed up. So all the letters aren't and all the symbols aren't together. So you still have to sort of look. But it has the number 1 to 26. So I can use my pots that I've got here with the numbers on them, because that's all I use on it. Put the symbols on.
Right. Yeah, because then you can just say, oh, okay, well, number 1 is this symbol. And dot. But yeah, I don't know. The way that it looks like, I wouldn't personally, I'm not going to pay $200. Plus, like the one that Lindsay got, like, because.
Well, for me, that's going to be like nearly $400.
Right. And well, then the one that Lindsay got was like $100 and something, but they give you like mini dots. So instead of being like the size of their normal diamond dots, they're smaller because a lot of these kits, these old masters kits that they're making into full drill canvases used to be partials. So their skin, like their faces and their hands and stuff were not being drilled originally.
Oh, okay.
They were printed, and so they use these mini dots, I guess, to try to like.
So essentially, they're trying to mimic what it would look like in a cross stitch, because in skin and stuff in cross stitch, you generally it's usually 1/1, so it makes it a smaller cross, which gives a smoother and more detail
because they don't
to the face and the skin and stuff. So that's what they're trying to mimic with the smaller drills.
Because Diamond Dots doesn't use squares; they only do
use rounds. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. But I would never pay
that is super expensive.
Like, I'm gonna watch other people do it, but I'm not buying that shit.
Yeah, no. I'll be watching the channel. All right, let's go to a sprint for 45 minutes. It will be the last sprint, everybody. I do have to go, and I have been paying attention to her, but it is dinner time, and she's going to get real feral real quick if I don't feed her.
That's how Ari is too.
Yeah, all children are like that. If your child's acting up and being real feral, feed them. They'll calm down.
Ari tends to be like, "You never feed me," and I'm like, "Bro, I clearly feed you, but okay."
I actually made stuff and put in the fridge because she eats at really obscure times, and I just said to her, "There's apples in there for you if you get hungry. There is a ham and lettuce cheese wrap for you in there in the fridge if you get hungry." And I'm talking, you can just go and get it yourself. That she's like, "Yeah, cool, no worries, Mima." She goes, "Can I make some toast?" I said, "Yes, you can make some raisin toast if you want to," because she's old enough to do that stuff. And because of the situation where she came to us malnourished, we taught her very young how to feed herself. So if she got in the situation again, that she would at least be able to feed herself and keep herself healthy enough. So she knows how to make 2-minute, like all the basic stuff. She knows how to use a toaster. She knows how to make 2-minute noodles. She knows what is healthy, what is not healthy, and all that sort of stuff. And she's pretty good at getting food. So yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that Ari will touch a toaster again until she's like 12.
Traumatized by the peanut butter
only
toaster.
because, like, if you even bring it, like, I don't even bring it up. Like, if she's in the room, like, I don't even bring up the toaster because she'll cry.
Yeah,
and
she
I'm
feels
like,
bad that she wrecked the toaster. That's why.
I didn't even yell, bro. I was like, listen, just don't touch the toaster anymore. Like,
yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah,
one day she'll touch the toaster again.
She'll be very nervous about it. She'll inch up to it real slowly. It'll be when she's with her first partner and she's edging up to the toaster, and they'll be like, "What are you doing?"
Watch me get a phone call and be like, does Ari have a fear of toasters? I'll be like, well, once when she was 5.
Oh, that'd be an interesting phone call. All right, let me set the timer. We've got 45 minutes on the clock. We'll come back in 45. We'll wrap up for the day, and we'll see you all again soon. All righty. Hello.
Hello.
We are back. I got up to, I'm about halfway through chapter 2 of Wheel of Time, as well as the prologue. So that's put me at page 61 in the last 2 sprints. So that's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. I've got to go to page 167. But when we just went to the sprint, I checked my Instagram, and the lovely Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads is sprinting in 2 minutes. Her sprint will start. So we're going to quickly wrap up here. I have put the sprint in the link to the sprint in the comments. If you're watching on Dusty Book Sniffers, it is pinned to the top. So if all those night owls that want to continue on, the next hostess is taking over. And are you going to go and join Brooklyn, Neva? Yep, cool. Neva is going to go and join, because I've got to go and do stuff with an 8-year-old. She's getting a bit antsy, and she's been pretty good today. She's been pretty understanding. Couldn't go to the pool, all the things, asked me to do all the things, made me feel guilty. You know, she's done her job today, so I should go and do mine. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's hung out with us today. Did your computer update again in that sprint, Neva?
No, it just logged itself out. I don't know what it's doing.
It's only been in the last couple of sprints too. Like one minute I walked past, and then I come back and sat down. And I'm like, she was just there.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it's doing. Like, I unplugged everything that was plugged into it because like I did have like the charger cord wasn't plugged into anything, but like I had my phone charger plugged into it, but it wasn't like what? Oh, sorry. Crystal sent me a message, and I was like, "What the fuck is she talking about?" She's talking about 24-hour sprints.
Yeah.
I think she is surprised that we're doing them. I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're moving and everything. Because because I was like, is everyone scheduled? So sorry, last minute playlist.
It's all right. I've just been hanging out all day on sprints, and I just haven't done anything else.
Yeah. So yeah, but I don't know what I was even talking about.
Your computer
being
plugged in.
I don't know what my computer is doing.
Yeah, it's just being douche today.
So it's fine.
Chrissy popped on while we're on sprint. She's like, "Wow, you're still going?" Yeah, it seems to be a normal thing. I actually I probably, like, if I didn't have Mia here, I would just probably keep going into the wee hours, because I mean, let's face it, I'm just going to be reading in there by myself if I was here by myself.
Honestly, if neither one of us has a kid downstairs, that is usually what we do.
Yeah. That's it. So yeah, Monica has been. Alyssa's went to bed. So have a beautiful Friday. Obviously, she will catch up with us tomorrow when you're sprinting. So for those that have been here all night, you probably already know that, and all day, you already know that we've got 24-hour sprints happening tomorrow. So starting on Neva's channel. And I say we because I'm going to be on for 8 hours out of this 24 hours.
Honestly, you are the true MVP, bro. I was like, no one can do 4 a.m. No one wants to do 4 a.m. I was gonna do it, to be honest.
Yeah. But see, it's hard for you too, because you might be feeling a bit sleepy by then because you've already been up for so long and been on the on camera and stuff. So I'm happy to do it. I'm awake anyway. Like, I don't go to bed until midnight most nights. So I mean, what else am I going to be doing? The kid goes to bed. She goes to bed at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, and on like, we've been trying to watch Christmas movies. She gets 15, 20 minutes into the Christmas movie, she's passed out cold.
Yeah.
So,
and Ari will sit down here for part of the 24-hour sprints. Like, when she gets home from school, she'll be down here for a few hours. She'll diamond paint her little ornaments from her advent calendar, and then she'll be like, "Wow, Mom, I'm so sleepy. I'm gonna go to bed." Okay, good night. Bye.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to be in comments in about 45 minutes anyway, because she'll be getting tired and whatnot. So I'll be over in comments. I've also got another meeting that I've got to do as well tonight. I don't have to do it, but I love to do it because it's my Friday night catch up with my peeps, my cross stitch peeps. So I'll go and do that. But yes, they are over on Brooklyn's. As I said, it's pinned. The playlist for the 24-hour sprints goes live at 8 a.m. Did you say?
Yeah, it'll be posted between like 7:30 and 8 a.m. Eastern. So here in
she's in New Zealand,
3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, so 3 or 4 hours from now.
I don't like to post it too early, so I'll post it after I put Ari on the bus and before I go lay down for a couple hours.
Yeah.
That way it's like live and you can access it until noon.
So Neva starts at 3 a.m. Australian time, Monica. So whatever time that is in New Zealand, I think that is like 6 a.m. for you, New Zealand, because New Zealand's ahead of us. I think she's 3 hours because they've got daylight saving. So I think that they're 3 hours ahead of us. It's either 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, and then basically there'll be sprints all day and all night. Somewhere we will guide you. So if you find that playlist on Neva's channel, if you go there when it starts, so if Neva's still on, you just press on that one and then it will automatically boot you to the next one all through. You just keep that playlist open. Yeah. And it'll just boot you. But on that note, I'm going to say thank you to everybody that's hung out with us for the last 10 hours. We do appreciate it. We've had a lot of fun. We've gone all different directions in our conversation today. It's been enlightening. I've learnt some stuff as well. So, and all the things. But that is it from me today. Have a wonderful day, everybody. It's Neva is now jumping over to Brooklyn. So you'll still get more of Neva today. And I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.